Ladies, welcome back. I'm your host, Greg, which as always is my good friend, Roots. 2 weeks in a row, man. We did it.
We did do it. We did it right on time, right at exactly 8 o'clock, just like we said, and or 10 o'clock on your time. And yeah, I couldn't believe it. It was everything just went off without a hitch, and Technoglitch didn't get his 5080. I'm a little sad. So,
you know, I keep seeing 5080s come up at $1,300 and $1,400 a clip, and I remembered what he said, that he wants to catch one closer to the even 10. So I haven't been bothering with tagging him so much. Plus, I've already shared with him all of my resources anyway, so if he's set up properly, he's getting all of these notifications anyway. But they're out there. The 5080s are out there if you're willing to pay. And from what I'm hearing, I don't know if you read the article, there's a few of them out there now, Roots, but supposedly there is bukus of stock incoming, both 5080 and 5090, within 2 or 3 weeks. So music to my ears, man.
about time.
I'm looking forward to right. Well, I mean, it's not like I've been waiting all that long. Like I've kind of always expected it to be mid-March before I land one of these things anyway. And now it just looks like that's more likely. And if I'm lucky, we may even see the prices fall a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully. My word to you, Tack, is just get what you can get, dude. Like I don't anticipate prices going down. Maybe up, but hopefully they'll go down. And at some point, there just won't be founders editions anymore, and you'll have to get the more expensive ones. And it is what it is. It's just crazy that anybody would decide to do a launch right around Lunar New Year when everybody in China goes on vacation for a month. And everybody, you know what I mean? Everybody from that part of the world is like, deuces, I'm out for a month. Very odd time to schedule a release, but there's a lot of weird choices being made in this whole thing. So that was one of them.
Well, lucky for us, it seems like NVIDIA made a rare misstep here, as the plan was always to not have enough stock here for these, is by launching this 5090 the way that they have killed all demand for their high-end like business server GPUs. I forget what the model number of them are, but they're typically like more data driven. They're not made for gaming. People buy them to put in servers and high-end like supercomputers, and they're like super expensive. They cost thousands and thousands of dollars. But since 5090 has come out, demand for those has just dropped off. Like no one wants them anymore. And what this has essentially done has left NVIDIA with a big surplus of silicon. They have extra silicon to make chips with, and no orders. So the squeaky wheel gets the grease in this situation, or at least that's the speculation. And since now that they have this big surplus in silicon, they're going to divert it into 5080 and 5090 stock, and it shouldn't take very long for that stock to make an impact on the market.
Oh, thank God. Well, let's just get it out there. Let some people upgrade. People have been waiting. People have been waiting since I got my 4090, and they said, you know what, I'm just going to wait for the 5000 series. Roots, you're going to regret getting that 4090 for the next year and a half that you use it. And then I'm just going to slide in and grab mine right when they drop. And it's just not the way life works. And that's not the way life works these days. You used to be able to say, okay, I'll just get the older version. It'll be cheaper. But NVIDIA's worked that shit down to a T. They'll dry that stuff up, dry up the stock about 6 months early, so there is no stock. and you're kind of forced to upgrade. Although, I mean, why would you not want the highest tier until you find out how much it is, and then you're like, well, shit, I want to go back to the 4000 series, and no, you're not going to get it either. And if you do, you're going to pay more for either one. So, but yeah, hopefully, my biggest thing is I don't know. This is going to be sound crass, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I don't care about anybody else's prices but Wes's. I want Wes's to come in reasonable. He gets that really good deal. Everyone else can suck it. And I'm being facetious to some extent, but I want you to get a good deal. I want you to be able to get what, the tier you want to get.
Yeah.
So.
So I'm teetering on, I have a few $100 and have that money to add one this morning, Roots. But I had about that ended up costing me then. But I fell asleep at my computer last night, as I often do. And I woke up at like 7:30 or 8 o'clock this morning with one of my alarms going off, and I had one in my my sight monitors set up so that when something comes in stock, it automatically puts it in the cart for me and sends me to checkout. But I had one in my car. It was the base level, entry level Asus card, so good brand, Asus. But instead of the $2,000 you would expect it to cost, they were among the first to start gouging at price, and it was $2,750.
Wow.
Which is a little more than I want to pay, but I do, thanks to extra donations, I do have the money to get it. By the way, shout out Mondo for pitching in a little extra this past week, as well as another last week. Wait, to catch one at $2,000. So thank you to all of you that are continuing to donate. Again, the link is in the description. If
I don't know if you can make. I mean, I don't want to
build my computer.
Negative, but I don't know if you can get the $2,000 anymore. Like that was like the very base cheap level on release, right? And then we have tariffs on top of that, so that's 10%. And then we have the excuses.
There's still 3 or 4 models that are listed at MSRP, and the only one you really see come in stock though is Founders Edition, and those come in Best Buy. There were some that came in last Monday. There were 3 or 4 waves of them. I just wasn't able to catch one. I wasn't one of the lucky few that could check out fast enough. But it is still possible. But I don't have any pipe dream that I'm going to be able to get one at 2K. I would like to catch one at sub 2,500 though. Well, that would be nice. There's quite a few models.
Could have got your power supply. That one power supply one is going to be looming because it's in my mind. You could have gotten the power supply and the thing. I don't know. I'm more of a partner card anyway myself than the Founders Editions, even though you do save some money. I like that extra fan of blowing. I like the 3 fan models more, and so I kind of, if it was me, I'd be leaning that way anyway. But I agree if you can get under the 2,500, but you might, like just decide, you know what, I'm going to feel extra fancy. I'm going to pretend I've just bought like 7 dozen eggs and a video card, and you can be really fancy.
So chat's saying that I've got bad lag going on here. So I'm going to try something. I do have about 12 to 15 windows that are constantly refreshing. I'm going to try to kill those right now and see if that helps. And if it doesn't, then I'll
it's not affecting your audio. It's just the camera. But I mean, the camera's been doing that for a while. anyway, as far as like it just looks like you have really bad internet, which I know you don't. So
Right. No, I've got great internet. So yeah, we'll see if that clears it up.
yeah,
If it don't, we can
looks better.
we can.
Yeah, it looks better already to me.
Cool. But yeah, the links in the description if you guys want to help. I am going to, hopefully by the end of the year, get a
Freshy.
full PC, a full PC upgrade. So the 5090 will just be the start. I'm not going to sit here and ask for donations for the whole year. Don't worry. As soon as I get my 5090 card, I'm going to shut that link down. But if you guys do want to chip in extra, the link is still open down there, and all contributions are appreciated. Yeah, GameCat Behemoth says it looks good. All right, cool. Yeah, I had probably 8 Best Buy windows open, and then another collection of about 7 or 8 that were from various websites. They're all closed now. They're going to come in stock while I'm on the air, and I'm going to miss out. But
That's
everyone will have clear video of my beautiful
that's
face.
what I was
So,
just about to say. Is Grandpa Barbecue or Game Cat says you close all the screens, you'll blame us for missing out on the 5090. I'm already blaming you specifically, Grandpa, just for putting it out there in the ether. But no, I'm on the other end of the spectrum, Wes. The way that I look at it is that you would have seen one that isn't as good, and because you aren't online watching it right now, you'll be able to get the better deal later, because you haven't wasted your shot now. So
I'll tell you, man, MSI keeps coming through with these fucking bundles, assholes. Every time they get stock, they put $1,000 monitor with it. Like I need a fucking $1,000 monitor.
mm.
Um, if I was a flat gamer, maybe, but no, thank you. You can keep your $4,000 bundle. I'll go
what do
buy a
you
car.
Yeah, what do you need to have 120 frames per second or 240 frames per second if you're not a flat gamer? Like I enjoy it, for the games that I play, but if you don't play flat games, it's wasted. So
Well, I plan on playing a lot of flat games. That's kind of what this is all about, is so that I can play whatever flat game I
that's
want
true. Yeah,
in
in VR.
full 3D VR. There was a new one. There were some new mods dropped this past week for the Unreal Injector Avowed. Did you see Avowed, Roots? It's this
I did.
RPG game.
I have seen and I've heard people talk about it. I did not know that it was available in the UEVR catalog. So
It is. It is indeed. This is from Microsoft Game Studios. It's the latest kind of big budget game to come out, and it looks pretty beautiful. So we'll have that. As soon as I can get my upgrade in, we'll have that to look forward to.
Red Dead,
And
Red Dead 2.
of course, Red Dead 2. I'm gonna try Red Dead 2. But we'll have that. We'll have Indiana Jones. Luke Ross added 2 new titles this week.
Really?
With yeah. He added in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So the latest Final Fantasy game that just came out, and then Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls
Wow.
2 is supported now as well.
What about the new? It hasn't came out yet, but the new Elden Ring, the multiplayer one that I can't remember what the name of it is that they're releasing. It's like a three player co-op. Wes. Elden Ring. Yeah, it's one.
Oh yeah. I don't know. People don't know how to feel about that, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. How do you feel about it?
I feel a little weird about it, if I'm being honest, just because it's a, the game's always been single player, and you can bring others into your game for specific reasons, right? I can't remember what they were called in the one that was the big one that everybody wants to remaster on PlayStation 5. But like they have the things dungeons basically. Yeah, Night Rain is the new one. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be cool. It'll be, and I've played it with Elden Ring with Mash and played it with Dee, and enjoyed it, so I'm sure it'll be fun.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to being able to focus more on mods this year because that's kind of where it's at. You know, hybrid games and mods are where it's at for us gaming enthusiasts as the market shifts. The VR market shifts more toward free to play and sandbox type titles. Um, Luckily, us PC enthusiasts have something substantial to play.
Something
And
substantial, even better than the other stuff. Yeah, it's definitely the saving grace, right? Or has
sure,
been.
for sure. Anyway, a little more on that in just a moment. But first, we should kick the show off the way we always do by saying hello to our friends in chat. Hussein X is in the chat, as is Techno Glitch. Mepper is here. Not sure Brondo. Um, he says when you get that 5090, make sure you rub your nuts all over it. Just no live stream, please. I'm gonna rub my nuts all over everything. Like this is what I do here. Maybe not on
That's what
there.
he does. Who doesn't want to rub their nuts all over everything? It's pretty standard.
Tatum's here. GameCat Photo Netter's here. Hamoud is here as well. Hello. Cubo92. Dee's here. Roots, did you know Dee's here?
I did not know that D
Uh,
was here. D, what's up?
Grandpa Barbecue of the Game Cat is in the house as well. What up? Techno Glitch here. Salvador. Salvador sent me something this week, Roots, and I'm going to break it out here about mid-show and show everyone. But he sent me a cool package, and that's all I'll say about it right now. But we'll have to show it off
You
here in a
know,
little
you
bit.
know who wants you to whip out their package and show it off, Wes?
My mom!
But I agree with
Oh, yeah.
what what's his name was saying. Don't do it on the Brondo was saying. Don't do it on the live stream.
Right. Who else is here? Ryan Brandon, what's up? Mepper. Bart Grudzian is here. What's up? Thank you for being here. JLW99. Hello. VR SpryGuy says, I'm getting something soon. I just don't know what. Oh, the lovely uncertainty of knowing something good's coming and not yet knowing
Well,
what
he's
it
getting a
is.
video card. Been talking about, but he's thinking about going over to AMD. And some people are so turned off by what Nvidia's doing that they're talking about jumping ship. I'm that feeling that way in processors, Wes. I'm not quite there with video cards yet. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. My thing is you know, I'd love to be able to punish Nvidia for being assholes, but they're the only ones servicing the high end right now. So,
right.
you
And
know,
they
what are you
didn't.
gonna
They
do?
they got caught last time, Wes, doing the exact same thing, and they just redid it. They just did it in a different way, right? Like they had to pull their 4080s off the thing and relabel them as 47D TIs last time,
Right.
and they just didn't come out with two models of 4080s this time. That's the difference, or 5080s rather. So
Yeah. They learn, right? They learn from their
yeah, they
mistakes.
learned their lesson. We're just not going to let them know next time.
Oh man. Zell is here. Zell 2318. What up? Evan Yabu here as well. Regos Pantaleon. Hello. Gabriel 004 is here. Chrome Colossus is here. Mad Vegan is here. Looper is here. And that is as far to the north as I am able to go. Anyone slipping in? Yep. Hussein X slipping in here at the bottom of the feed. I want to say Kubo was here before, but maybe not. Hello, Kubo.
Well, Spry says AMD's good at rasterization, doesn't need all the fancy extras. I don't know. I mean, I'm not even talking about, 4 frames or double frames or anything with that, or even the DLSS. Like You just don't have the power, the absolute power that you get with the high end Nvidias, right? Like that's not even close. And so I don't know. I would say to me a 5080 would be good enough if I didn't need all the fancy extras. I just don't know if I'm jumping to AMD for a video card. I just don't think they're as good at the moment.
MDRN Game Dev is here. The Bat and the Game Cat here as well. Yeah, you're right, Roots. Well, NVIDIA and AMD are pretty much on par or in terms of raster to dollar. And typically AMD ends up being a little bit better value in terms of your performance for your dollar that you spend. The problem is that their top card next generation is going to be on par with the secondary card from Nvidia's last generation, right? Like their newest high end card from AMD is about a 4080 equivalent. Now you'll get it cheaper than you'll get a 4080. You know, you'll be able to save $100 or whatever. But if you're 4090, 5090, if you want those super high end um, performance, then you just can't. There is no option with AMD. You know what they might want to do is bring back support for an old NVIDIA feature, but do it on AMD cards. Used to, you could bridge two cards together
Right.
in SLI, and NVIDIA quit supporting SLI. But if AMD is going to focus on mid and low tier cards, they might want to consider bringing that technology back and allowing people to buy two and put it in there.
Think about if you were still able to do that, like the power supply you would need. At some point, they had to say, like, we can't do this double SLI anymore, man. Like, we're just drawing too much power. You want to do
Yeah.
two cards and you could do it, but how hot is that thing going to be pumping out?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy with it, especially with like these NVIDIA cards, 600 watts burning up fucking power cables left and right. It's kind of nuts.
Well, what's crazy
Hookworm,
about it is the design is the problem. At least that's what I'm saying, is they just need an extra connector. They decided to go with one connector and it's just too much.
right?
So
Justin Campbell, Bad Robo, Hooked Worm, Test Rate Review. Hello, 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 and hello. Good to see you all. Here's the other thing too, like, you know, raster performance to the dollar is one thing. All the NVIDIA bells and whistles are the other, and it isn't that I'm specifically like Mr. Ray Tracing or anything like that, but the game devs out there are like they're bought into the NVIDIA tool set and they're using it so much so, in fact, that the next Doom game, if I'm not mistaken, requires ray tracing. Like you have to have an RTX card to play that game. If I recall correctly, don't quote me on that, but I believe that's right. Please come in. I was about to come and tell you to come in. So yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think in the system requirements that you have to have an RTX capable card or ray tracing. Maybe
that's
not
crazy.
RTX, but you
It's crazy because you don't need ray tracing for anything. It's cool, but that's how NVIDIA becomes, the powerhouse. They just pay everybody to make sure that these games have to be made for their cards. Really, I mean, they're forcing AMD in probably places they probably wouldn't normally go. Maybe, I don't know.
And the scary thing is that the more that game devs start using these new features, the less they optimize their game like old fashioned. And there's a great channel out there that's dedicated to this called Threat Interactive. It's actually a game studio that is working on a game, but most of their content on YouTube is highlighting that games from last generation uh, look much better than games from this generation in many ways. And the reason why is because last generation devs had to earn it. They had to optimize their games and make them correctly. And now devs are being forced to, or not being forced to, but they're choosing to lean heavily on tools like DLSS upscaling and temporal anti-aliasing, and it's a less efficient process. So like the games, they look the same at best, and there's a lot more artifacts. But the thing is that they're a lot more resource intensive now because they're not optimized, and it's essentially bigger studios taking shortcuts so that they don't have to spend an extra year developing a game. It's cost cutting. But as time goes on, these optimization techniques are going to get lost. Like, people are going to stop using them. They're going to forget all about them. And then, and then, someone like NVIDIA is going to have the industry by the neck because developers are so dependent on these smoke and mirrors solutions.
Yeah, I agree. Poppin' Fresh with a $20 donation says, "Good evening, gents. I'm a new subscriber. I was curious, what are your top 3 to 5 favorite VR soundtracks?" They're currently listening to both soundtracks, Volume 1 and 2 of Walkabout Mini Golf. Just a nice various artist soundtrack. And I don't know that I could tell you the difference between soundtrack 1 and 2 of Walkabout Mini Golf. Could you? Like, if somebody played it and you'd be like, that's off the second soundtrack. That's pretty good, man. Because it is pretty good music. So
yeah, it would be hard for me to name soundtracks off the top of my head. There are some really good ones out there, but I'm not someone who just sits and listens to game soundtracks. I'd say Vertigo 2 has a great soundtrack. The what else? What else is really good? Metal Hellsinger VR, of course, has a good soundtrack. Arcade Paradise comes to mind. There's some good music on that one. I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you any game soundtracks that stick out to you?
nah, they're all AAA games that I played in UEVR. Like, so just something like you're running around Red Dead Redemption 2 or something, and just like
Right.
the music is just so good you don't even realize that you're bopping to whatever the music is or whatever's going on. And yeah.
Good shout. Bad Robo says Arken Age was really good, and it was. That's a good call.
Yeah, and Zing. Now, who would forget Zing? Remember, Anthony would say he would just pull up pop a squat and just sit there on the beach and listen to some Zing.
Yeah, chat coming through with some good suggestions now. Yeah, if you're watching the show after the fact, leave a comment down below, and maybe we'll read it next time we do a numbered episode. Let us know what your favorite VR soundtrack is. That Dank Cheese and Thomas McNostril, Chris Richardson, all tuning in, joining Jay the Foveator Inner Game Cat. Thanks for showing up, everyone, on this Sunday, or I guess Monday night. I guess it's about time for us to get into it, man. We've got some games to talk about, but I have a problem, Roots. I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but I kind of didn't play all the games this month, man.
Oh shit, me neither. Uh-oh, what are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do? Well, why don't we try something different this time around? And everyone may have heard us alluding to this for the last month solid. But we have some friends, some supporters of the channel that have been supporting behind the scenes for a long time now on the behind the cameras, and we thought it's about time to bring them on camera. So as we get into the game of the month, let's welcome in our friends Looper and Dee. Dee, how does it feel to know that right now you're being watched by literally tens of people all over the world? Are you nervous?
Tens of people.
Freaking out, man. It's been a minute since I've been on this side of the camera with people, because when I stream, there's like Spry, you know.
Well, I mean, you do have a little dedicated audience that come and watch when you stream. I see them in the Discord every week, like
Yeah.
calling out for you. So when you miss an episode, you are missed. Which, by the way, speaking of which, Grip. I think Grip is free right now on Amazon Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming has
Yes.
been awesome the last couple of months. There's so many good games on there right now. Um, shit, what they have Bioshock 2 remastered. I don't know. There's literally like 5 to 7 games that are just bangers on there that are free right now.
What if you don't use Amazon Prime anymore and haven't for like a year? I see these games come across and I'm like, Tack, I don't have Prime. Why are you linking? And then I have to remember I'm not the only person out there. That maybe it was for somebody else. But yeah, it's kind of a bummer. I see all these good free games and I don't even use Amazon's shit service anymore.
I
Well,
redeem the
I-
games, but I don't play them. I got too much VR to play, man.
Same. I was looking at because the way Prime works is that you'll either get like the shitty games you don't want to play. Those will be in your Prime library, and you have like a Prime app that it goes into. But the good ones are split. You redeem them through Prime, but they'll either put them into your Epic Games library, or they'll put them. They'll give you a key for GOG.com, and I was looking at my GOG library, and it's amazing, dude. I've got like dozens and dozens of games, and they're all like really good games. A lot of them are moddable for to play in VR. And I've never bought a single game on GOG, and I literally have like this giant catalog full of bangers. Grandpa Barbecue the Game Cat with the $5 Australian says, "Welcome live, Dee and Looper. Good to see the faces behind the names." Yeah, I got a chance to meet Looper last year in Boston, and it's always an interesting situation, right? Where when you meet these people that you talk to them all the time, you know them, their personality, but you never had a chance to see what they actually look like in real life. Looper, have you ever done any content on YouTube before, or is this your first time in front of a camera?
None at all. It's all new to me. So that's why I'm not afraid. Because I
Nice.
don't know what to be afraid of.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, there's no need to be nervous here, either of you, and especially for you, D. Like you guys should know by now, we keep it casual here. Like we're not trying to be like big time content creators here. We're literally just showing up once to twice a week here to just hang out and chill with the community, talk about VR. Um, so yeah, you guys are gonna fit in just nicely. And I gotta say, I'm glad you're here. Um, I only had like so many of these games that I even intended on playing this month, and I didn't even get around to playing all the ones that I intended to play, which I'm kind of bummed out about. But we'll get to that when the time comes. But why don't we go ahead and let's talk a little bit about Game of the Month and how it's changing, because we are going to change the process up a little bit this year. It was incredibly inefficient the way that it worked previously, where we had this this big discussion about what the game of the month should be, and then we would have these months where um, there were literally no good choices, and we would just pick one, and it would get nominated for game of the year, and then we'd get here the next month, and there would be 4 bangers where we could only really pick one to be the game of the month, and then we would choose like the other ones to be runner up, and then inevitably good games would get left off the game of the year nomination list. So we decided, after discussing it, and thanks to Looper here for making a bunch of good suggestions, we're going to change the process of how these shows go and what these shows are. Pretty much what these shows are going to be now are just our the month in review for you guys, for us to run down what the best titles were from the previous month. We are still going to pick a winner. There's still going to be a game of the month for each platform each month, but they're not necessarily going to get nominated for Game of the Year. It isn't an automatic nomination now. If a game wins Game of the Month, it isn't just automatically going to go on to be nominated for Game of the Year. But instead, what we're going to do is during the episode, we're going to nominate the games that we feel like deserve to be nominated. So we'll decide when we pick the Game of the Month whether or not it deserves to be nominated for Game of the Year. And then if there are other games that any of us feel like deserve to be nominated as well, instead of them calling them like the runner-up or the honorable mention or whatever, we're just going to nominate them. Any one of the four of us, or Eric, who if Eric decides to come in and do an episode, or even just tell us off air that he wants to nominate a game, any of us can nominate a game. For it to be officially nominated, someone else has to second the nomination. So if any two of the five of us feel like a game should be nominated for Game of the Year, we'll make note of it. And I've got a page started, a document, a living document that's going to just accumulate for the whole year. And on that document, we'll be keeping track of what the Game of the Year nominees are. And I feel like we're likely to have a bunch on this stream. Probably we're going to have,
that's for sure, 4
or 5 nominees from this episode, which is pretty crazy. Anyway, with that said, we are covering January and December, and it's a good thing because January didn't have a whole lot to offer. In terms of good VR games. So we're basically going to have some automatic winners here. But before we get to what the automatic winners are, we did have a decent PCVR release this month, or I guess, in January, in Pirates VR Jolly Roger. And Roots and I covered this game a few weeks back, just from being published by VR Kiwi. Shout out to them for giving us access. But I think our kind of thoughts on this game is that it was pretty average to start. As you play into it a little bit, it does pick up, it does get better. But I would say that it's probably fairly late into the game before I would call it like good. Looper, would you agree with that? Did you enjoy this game more than I did, kind of in the early on parts?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It sounds like you enjoyed the combat part, right?
I enjoyed the combat after the enemies started having more abilities and variety to them. I think the combat was kind of bland before that, though, when you had 1 or 2 enemy types that all behaved the same. Now, I like the exploration pretty much from the get-go. As soon as you get into the cave structures.
Exactly.
And like the underwater part was cool.
Yeah.
I think the exploration was pretty solid for the whole thing. But the combat really didn't get good until right up at the end.
Yeah, I agree. Mostly for me, it was all about exploration. So when the combat, when they do add the combat, it's interesting setup that's kind of spooky, but it's just janky. I don't know. It's the way you have to load your gun after each shot, and the way they introduce it, where you have to pick up everything in the same room, and when you die, you respawn in the same room with the enemies already there. And you basically just don't have time.
I don't remember that.
Maybe you were lucky because what I did, I didn't discover this room with the gun until the very end. So by the time I discovered it, I had all the enemies from the area running after me. Because I thought I just have to run from them. I didn't know I can fight them,
Oh God! So it was like one of the comical scenes from Indiana Jones
Yeah,
for you,
exactly.
where like all this big avalanche of enemies just chasing you, because you know you can fight them.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty funny. D, you gotta checked it out for a few minutes, right? What did you think about it?
I think it looked great. You know, I didn't make it far. Um, the swimming felt good. The climbing felt good. Um, up until the part where, like, I don't know, we were talking about this earlier, but the key, I thought I grabbed it, and we're supposed to climb back up that wall, right?
Well,
I believe.
there's and we didn't talk about this off air because literally I didn't remember it until just now. But you don't climb back up the way you came down.
Right.
So after you get the key, you have to find an alternate path, and I think what that requires is you need a tool like a shovel or something to move a boulder out of the way. There's like a boulder blocking the path to go back up.
Right.
Right.
And did you make it that far?
I couldn't find anything. Like, I didn't have anything and, like, nothing to
Okay,
use that with. Like, I
it's
knocked the
underwater.
one boulder down from up top, but I know there was one that was stuck or something down there, and I couldn't. I had nothing.
You have to swim. You have to swim under the ocean, and there's a tool underneath there, if I'm not mistaken. And
Where
that's
was
kind of
that
what
direction?
unlocked it.
Because I missed it.
Anyways,
Um,
Roots typical indie game fare here. And on one hand, I might like to dismiss it, but on the other hand, I am still appreciative that we're getting these games. Um,
Especially on
like
PC.
yeah, exactly. Um, like I said before, the market's taking a pretty hard turn right now, and people are going to really start to notice this soon toward like free to play, gorilla tag bullshit games, social experiences, sandboxes, and things like that. Um, so like the really the we're going to start to see the full um, influence of the standalone VR era come to fruition this year, and it's games and developers like this that are keeping VR gamers who don't necessarily have the hardware to to mod all the flat games over. It's games like this that are keeping those people in stuff to play. So I am glad we're still getting stuff like this. I did enjoy it. Maybe not game of the month though, right?
No, no. I mean, it does a lot of things decently. It just does the main things that would pull you through a game that you would want to be there, um, aren't there. You know, a really amazing story to pull you through would have been great.
There you
You
go.
know,
There
and
you go.
then you're there's a reason to be exploring. I mean, it's not lost on me the cool environments that VR can put you in. Just give me a reason to be going through said environments. That's all I want. Even if it's a loosely based story that's being told that is intriguing enough to make me want to check it out. And from what you were describing too, another thing is it sounds like the pacing's off. You know, you're just getting to the best of the best part of the combat, and it's ending. You know, that
There
needed
you
to
go.
happen like halfway through it instead of so much so that Looper didn't even know there was combat, you know, until the end.
No,
So
no, yeah.
it's kind of,
I didn't until I did, you know.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
so maybe they could have been a little bit more forthright with that. But I mean, it's still a good game. It's fairly priced. That's the biggest takeaway. It's $20. So
Right.
it's not like they're you know overcharging for it. It's just um, but yeah.
No, a good solid title. Many months this would have been game of the month for PCVR, but not this month as
It would be
January
this
had
month if
one.
there wasn't another release.
Yeah, it's pretty
Right.
much almost non-existent, right?
Yeah.
Right. We did have one more good game that came out this month. Of course, that game is Arken Age from Vitruvius VR. And man, what a great way to kick off uh, a new year for VR. Getting a native VR game like this. Um, Roots. If you're gonna have a month where there's just one big release, I'm glad it's a game like this.
Yeah, yeah, it's the opposite of everything I just said. This has everything. It's to me one of the most well thought out games as far as that I've played in a long time. That was built from the ground up for VR. So much so that I said last time, it's like the developers sat down and said, "Let's make a game. Let's make it fun. Let's make it engaging. Let's make it flow. Let's give it a story. Let's make it badass so much so that when you're in another game, you're still trying to pull out your pickaxe." I think it was you, Looper, that was saying that you're playing something else and you flip out to go flip your pickaxe out and it doesn't come
Yeah,
out.
so yeah, it was Behemoth. I like found a clay vessel and I instinctively did that to grab the pickaxe, right?
Yeah, it just works. It works so well, and
Yes.
it was it's just a really well-made game, and I recommend it to everybody.
Yeah, it's excellent. D, how much how much time have you spent in Arken Age?
I recently went back into it, but it's a few hours at least. Now I gotta check.
Tech says he drops everything in this game. Are you talking about Arken Age? The good thing about dropping everything in this game is it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You don't have to scramble after it. You don't throw down the casing, the
Right.
magazine and say, "Oh shit, now I can't shoot my gun anymore." Like they're not trying to recreate real life. It respawns and it just works.
I want that weapon.
That's kind of the beauty of the game is like it's great from the start, but really it starts to take off a few hours in when you really start to collect a few blueprints from the weapons. And the way that the weapons work is you have three base weapons, and you find blueprints for like augments, like things that you can add to the weapons that change them fundamentally how they work. And the blueprints come in sets of three, so that like you can find a stock augment, you can find a sight augment, and a barrel augment. And if you put them all in a set, you get a very specific weapon that the developers created that have, you know, like special abilities. And by using the set, you get a stat buff as well for having the whole set. But you don't have to necessarily build them out that way. You can mix and match. So, like, you can take the barrel from one and the stock from another and the sight from the other and just kind of shuffle them up to make all new combinations, which sometimes is really helpful when you're stuck with a particular enemy. Looper, I'm sure that you probably played through this all the way. Actually, I know you did because you messaged me about it the other day, and I never
Yeah,
got back to
I
you
didn't get
to
an
answer your
so-
question. And we'll talk about that in a minute. I'll just go ahead and
Cool,
answer it on the
cool.
air. But how much did this game grab you in terms of like the collectibles? Because for me, like, I got hooked on the game, and it's all I wanted to play. But I didn't just like full steam ahead this thing. Like, I wouldn't go forward until I found all of the artifacts and did all of the side quests. Did you play it like that, or are you more of
I
a to B
almost
gamer?
did. I think I may have. I did all that the games tells you to do. Like all that's listed in your objectives, I crossed out. But I think I may have missed some, like the optional stuff, like those robots that you supposed to save. By the way, I
Mhm.
I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to take this money. I was sure
Someone
it's
else
laying.
said that.
What?
So Looper is evil, Roots. Instead of freeing the people,
Yeah, and the
he was
problem is
stealing from
by
them.
by the point they let you clearly know that it's evil, it's the point of no return. I literally saved every single guy after that, and it wasn't enough.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
should have
don't know.
talked to Wes, because Wes
Well, they
warned
tell
me.
you. They tell you in the first room. They like
Yeah,
literally
yeah,
you
they
walk
do.
up to the first room.
I saw it when I watched like Miles live stream it. That's when I noticed it. Yeah, yeah. But yes. Speaking of collectibles, yeah, I found I like destroyed every of these relics. By the way, I'm not sure why they did it so that you can't get the ultimate weapon before you beat the final boss.
Yeah, that is a little weird, isn't it?
That's for New Game
Um,
Plus is the only thing I
Yeah,
can think of.
that's obviously for New Game Plus, but come on, just give it for like
Yeah, I know,
as a
right?
bonus. I don't know.
Yeah, there's
I just
there's
can't
just
believe
weird things
you
like
didn't
that.
let everybody go. That's crazy to me. And I totally thought of you as a different person that would want to free people.
I thought of me as a different person as well.
Well, what's
Yeah, but
funny is I didn't know what was going on either. I was like, telling Wes, I was like, I don't know how. Like, I killed some guy by accident, one of those guys, and I saw that my
yeah.
thing went down, and I was like, I don't even know how I'm.
No,
Wes,
no,
like,
you're supposed to kill them.
right. Well, oh, what are you talking about? The guards or whatever that are walking around in the.
I mean the ones that hold the money and have this helmet.
Oh yeah, no, I killed one of the actual. You know, when you go into the town and
Oh,
there's people walking around and stuff. I jumped across and I pickaxed one of them by accident, and they died. And
okay.
I went evil like one level down, and I was like, how the like I didn't even know that was a thing. And then Wes is like, oh yeah, that like when you're taking that money from those people, there's an option there. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Because I didn't know. So like they didn't explain that, I guess.
Yeah, they did, like they show this hologram. The first time you meet this guy, there is a hologram showing that you should use your sword on his
You
helmet.
probably had to read it, and I just like skipped over it.
I
ain't reading
didn't
this
notice
shit.
it either. But what I wanted to say about Arken Age is they did so many things right that other games don't. One simple example is the way the crafting of the health packs work. You know,
Oh,
you
yeah.
have this machine where you put these fruits, and then you do this cool thing with some tool that kind of feels like popping the bubble wrap.
Yeah,
And
it's satisfying. It's
yeah,
very
yeah.
satisfying.
And what would most games do here? They would make you repeat it for every single health pack that you produce. What Arken Age did,
Right.
they just let you put all your fruits, do it once, and get all the health packs.
Right.
Simple
Yeah,
but genius.
It's almost like
Yeah,
the
that-
developers sat down and they said, "How can we not waste the game players'
Yeah.
time?"
It's almost
And
like
let's
they
streamline
played
everything.
their own game, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's why
No,
I
that-
say I feel like the developers actually like literally sat down and had a conversation about this game before and brainstormed and did everything that you thought developers actually did that they don't do anymore. And they said, you know, like, how can we make the best game we can? And then like fine-tuned it throughout the entire duration of making the game. Virtual Steve was asking Wes, how does this compare to Light Brigade? And I like Light Brigade, but this is 10 times the game, in my opinion, just because it's a full-fledged game. And even though Light Brigade is amazing for what it is, like I feel like this is just the next level. Somebody in the chat had said this a little bit ago, and this is how I feel. Like right off the bat, the year started, and we had a Game of the Year contender that just came out of nowhere, and did just about everything right. You know, like I can't. There's very few things that I could say about this game. One of them was I wish I could multi-directional dash, which is not the way that they've designed it. So like that's more of a preference
Such
than
a
doing
small thing.
something wrong.
But
So
Yeah, no, definitely, and I love the Light Brigade. I think it's great. I love the vibe. I love the gameplay loop, but the scope of Light Brigade is very narrow. It is what it is. They do add some variety in with the different character classes, but I'm not someone who's going to replay a campaign so that I can do it with a different, slightly different weapon and ability. Like I need more content if I'm going to spend more time in a game. I love
aren't
the Light
they
Brigade, but
adding different like levels as well, or am I mixing it up
yeah,
with
yeah, the
Ancient
last
Dungeon?
update. Yes, that's right. The last update did introduce some new levels as well. That
Uh,
is true.
I still have to check it
Um,
out. The one with the time warper, or how is it called?
yeah, yeah, me too. Um, but in comparison, it really pales in comparison to a game like Arken Age in just the scope of everything. You know, Light Brigade's just a pretty primarily a shooter, where Arken Age is, you can shoot a variety of different projectile weapons, but there's also melee. The physics are on another level in this game. The exploration is on another level in this game. It's just it ticks off all the boxes, and I think that's kind of how I would describe Arken Age as a VR game. Is it's a game that, I mean, obviously, if we really tried hard, we could come up with ways to improve it, but there aren't any glaring deficiencies with this game. It literally ticks off all the boxes. It's got the story, it's got the combat, the exploration, the physics, um,
beautiful.
The
the
visuals.
visuals. Yeah, music, sound, like all of it is. It's all here. Um, it's really it's one of, I hesitate to put all time labels on games so early into their life cycle, but I honestly think at the end of the year we might be talking about this on the all time list of all time great VR
Right.
games. I really
Yeah,
hold it in that
visuals,
esteem.
when first in the training area, when I first found nettle, you know, this herb that stings you.
Right.
So it looked so realistic that instinctively I thought I'm not going there. It's gonna sting me.
It's funny. But yeah, I find myself doing that too. That just kind of
Yeah,
speaks to the immersion, the overall immersion of the
yeah, yeah.
experience. And it's great on both platforms, on PC and PlayStation. They haven't brought this one to Quest yet. They may do it, um, but that's another thing that I kind of commend them for is they clearly aren't willing to take the hit to make this a Quest first game, as so many games are in our day and age. Developed around Quest first and then kind of buffed for the other platforms. This took the other approach. This is a high end VR game, so high end in fact that like um, if you play it on PC, I mean, there's something we could talk about, Roots, that we haven't talked about yet, or the options. The options that they give you in this game in terms of graphics and everything
Oh,
else.
right.
Like, there's an endless palette of ways for you to customize this game for your system and for your preferences, which again isn't something we typically see in these games.
No, it's not at all. And it's going to be amazing for you when you get your new card because you're going to start getting used to just cranking everything up. Like options, there's no options here. Just turn everything up, and it's just get it cranked and let's super sample it 5 times, 500%, and see what this sucker looks like. And it looks amazing, even at some of the basic levels. Although I didn't use much of them, they did a good job optimizing this game, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because I don't know about you, Looper, but I played this game primarily on PlayStation.
Same.
And I chose to play it in quality mode, meaning I opted for the reprojection. I know a lot of people
Same.
said that they preferred the performance mode, but I could tell more of a difference going to performance in terms of a loss of detail in distant objects, and there's a little more aliasing in performance mode. It looked better to me in quality mode, and uh, I blocked out the reprojection pretty quickly after settling on it.
Yeah, that's my general preference as well. I just much more sensitive to resolution than I am to the frame rates. That's just how it works for me.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so Dee, I would highly recommend you get back in this one.
Oh, I definitely will.
Yeah,
I
I
definitely will.
can't, I couldn't put it down.
This is the closest I've felt to being in Halo in VR.
Yeah, I see that.
How did Roots ever mention that you should go in and check it out? Like, because
Nope,
knows,
not a single time.
like
Nope.
if you've been around me, like if I come up and I mention to you like 10 times in like a couple days, like, did you check that game out? That should tell you
Yeah.
something, because usually I'm just like, I don't know, I blow it off. So much so I say,
Right.
Bluebell, you're crazy. She says, I have this game in my library, but I have not yet played it. You need to play it. Get in there, check it out, and you'll be shocked at how good not only it looks, but how it feels to play it, and and everything. Like, they've done such a good job of balancing it that you're constantly progressing, and what that does for you is it gives you that dopamine that makes you want to continue to play. Like, you're constantly upgrading your weapons and finding stuff, and they've everything you do, there's a reason for it. You're running around gathering stuff. You want to gather stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't found that in many games, Wes. Like, there's many things to gather, but I don't want to gather it. I don't want to go looking. I don't want to go looking through every nook and cranny for every little thing that's in the game. When a game makes me want to do it, because it actually is functionally makes my gameplay better. Like you said, like I've never played a game in VR, or at least it's been so long that I can't remember, where my hour 2 was significantly better than my hour 1, and my hour 4 was significantly better than my hour 2. Like, as the game goes by more and more, I'm feeling way better about the game exponentially. Like, I'm like, wow, this game just keeps getting better and better and better. And I think the progression of the weapons, they feel so good, and they actually matter. Like, the game does a really good job of dropping you in there and kind of making you feel like you're dog shit in the beginning. I'm like, what is going on, man? I suck at this. These weapons suck. I'm like having to use my melee, and then you start to get upgrades, and then you're like, oh my God, this gun is amazing. And it's like doing shit that I didn't even know that it could do. And yeah, super cool.
Dude, I was
I
so
found my.
screwed
Oops, sorry.
at the beginning. I'm sorry, go D.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I found myself a few times in this game, like where I'd see something out of the corner of my eye, like that I have to go get, and I'm like, okay, how do I get that? You know, like I love the exploration in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities for cheese in this game too. Like, so there are areas that are kind of hard to get to, and it's meant to be a puzzle. Like, there's a way for you to get to them that's not obvious at first, whether that be, finding some, space to crawl through and come out on the other side, or finding a tree to climb up that'll allow you to walk down a ledge and then you'll get in, or go underwater and swimming under a wall and coming up. But there's so many trees in this game, and you can climb them all. That gives you opportunities to cheese. Like, there were
and
times
there is no
that
fall
I
damage.
literally
What's important?
Yes.
right, but I skipped parts of gameplay that sections. I got to sections that were supposed to take me 20 minutes of working around to get up to, just through climbing trees and jumping off and being able to get to places I wasn't supposed to. Um, I actually recorded some footage of that as well, and intended to make some shorts just showing people some of the ways you can cheese this game. But it's fun like that. Like there's
Yeah,
lots of little nooks and crannies you can find.
speaking of cheating, what I found myself doing very often was like in some areas where you climb into some tunnel and there are enemies there. I just hold my pickaxe and use it like a fracked style cover system, like moving up and down and
Right, right.
uh, bringing myself out of the cover, shooting, bringing myself back to the cover.
Yeah, yeah, you can definitely do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the
Yeah, I
physics are
love it.
so real, right? Are so good.
Right, exactly, exactly.
Also about weapons, I wanted to mention that I enjoyed the variety in the progression, but I found it a bit unfortunate that they all share the same ammo pool. So there's rarely any reason to change your weapon, you know? So you often find yourself sticking just to the one. But fortunately, there are those wave challenges where they give you a bonus for using a
Yeah.
specific weapon. So
Right.
that's
Well,
where I learned all the weapons and actually found some that I didn't expect to work good, that they were actually really good.
Right. There's so many
I
different
definitely,
types.
I definitely had my favorites with the weapons.
Yeah,
But as the game went on and I found certain challenges, I did experiment a little bit with swapping the weapons, and I found it useful. In fact, to the point where I don't think I would have beaten the boss if I didn't experiment with the different weapons. And I
right,
mentioned this when we
right.
covered the
The
game.
boss
Like,
clearly requires different weapons than the big guys that you fight before him.
yeah, because there's some sharpshooting involved with the bosses,
Yes,
right? Like, there's a lot of weak points that you have to hit, so you have to have like an accurate weapon, you know. And like I mentioned when we covered it, like my left arm was just dead from playing the game so much. By the time I got to the left to the last boss, I couldn't hold two-handed weapons up anymore. Like, my arms would get tired before I even got through the first wave with the boss, and so I had to find an
right.
accurate like one-handed weapon to be able to beat it. Um, which brings me to your question that you had: how did they change it? Because they
Yeah.
did change the game a little bit. They changed the boss fight um, on day one. They patched it up to make it a little bit easier, and how they did so, I won't be too specific with it so as to spoil it. But so you fight the boss in waves. You fight it for a little while. You damage it to the point where it takes on a different form. When it takes on its second form, has a very specific weak spot,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Uh,
and
uh, uh,
used to.
numerous. There's like four of them.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Um, used to, there was only one way that you could damage those weak spots. There's only one way to break them, and they changed it, or at least they told me they were going to change it so that there would be more than one way.
Did that
And
one specific way involved something related to the other game we are going to discuss in December section?
um, I don't know. I'm not following
I
what you
mean, I
mean by
mean,
that.
okay, let me rephrase it. Did it involve climbing?
Yes, yes.
That's
The
how I
original.
did it. I didn't know there is
Yeah,
another way.
yeah.
I
Well,
actually
they
tried
said
to damage it in other ways and it didn't work. I had to like put it so that it kneels and climb it.
okay, good. Well, maybe they took my advice and didn't
Yeah,
change
maybe they
that. Like, I
changed
asked them
something
not to.
else. I'm not sure.
Yeah. The other way they changed it is in the boss's final form. Um, I was just trying to blast it in the face over and over again. Like, that was the only thing I could figure out to do, because like
Yeah. They tell you to do it.
the
To do it.
they tell you to, right, that's what they
Yeah.
tell you to do, so that's what you try
Yeah.
to do, and it don't work.
Yes. Exactly.
And they they said they were going to change the game so that will work. So just blasting it in the face at the end would
Uh,
kill it.
it. I'm not sure. at some point you have to do something else, and they
Yeah.
added a quest marker for that.
Oh, okay. That helps. Yeah, because it took me forever to figure out what the thing you had to do was to make it vulnerable. Um, I eventually got it, but I mean, it takes this boss fight. It takes what 10, 15 minutes of fighting hard to get it to that final form. So it isn't something that
Yeah,
you can just try over and over again. Like you have to really put in the work just to get one more attempt. And it was
yeah,
frustrating,
I
man,
wasn't a
because
fan of that.
I would get down there. I'd put all the work in to get down to that final form, and then just not know what to do and get killed.
Because it's not
But
exactly
eventually,
hard, the early phase. It's not hard, it's just tedious.
right? Yeah, exactly. Has like gave me some Returnal vibes, right? It felt like fighting a boss in Returnal almost.
Well, here's the thing: if you're gonna fight a boss, the boss needs to feel like a boss, and that's what most games in VR have not
Yes.
gotten down. Like a lot
But
of games don't even have a boss, you know.
for boss
I'd
to
ra-
feel like a boss, he should kill you.
right, you should
And
die
that's
several
not
times.
that's not what happens in the early phase, you know.
No, now I
At
mean,
least
if
not
you
on
want to,
not on normal difficulty, at least.
yeah, if you're playing on tenderfoot or something, you know, like I could see a reason why you should be able to walk right through the boss, and for those that just want to finish the game but I don't know, like I just feel that's one of the things that I thought was impressive about this is like there's so many games you get to and you're like the bosses either they don't exist or they don't feel like bosses, and they might as well have not been called bosses. And that's the games I always played growing up. You had, you know, you fought the regular enemies and you worked your ways up to the boss fights, and you hit your head on that thing for like a day or two, and then you beat it and you moved on, or however long it took. So
Yeah.
A lot of sentiment in the chat. Happy to see Looper and Dee here. People joining late, being surprised to see them here. This is the new normal. Looper and Dee are
Yeah.
going to be joining us once a month to help us cover Game of the Month, playing the games so we don't have to,
yeah,
for lack of a better term.
Great honor.
Uh,
Much appreciated.
we are we're spoiled this month and in the last few months with a bevy of great games, but it isn't always like this. So we're definitely happy that Looper and Dee have volunteered to come in and fill out our gaps in knowledge when it comes to this stuff and allow us essentially to keep doing these Game of the Month episodes, which I'm not sure we would have kept doing them otherwise. Anyways, so yeah, I think it goes without saying. For January, PCVR Game of the Month, PSVR 2 Game of the Month. And we're just going to go ahead and name it for both categories because there were no other notable
So we
releases.
don't have a separate section for PSVR 2 because I have some specific things to say for that platform.
Oh, go for it, man.
So you mentioned the settings and how many different, or was it routes, how many different options it has. And what's surprising is that a lot of those options are on the PlayStation version as well. And it's just a lot. It's some very specific things. And for example, the thing that they have for the grip options, I'm not sure it should be exposed to the user like that. But I would like to show these sliders to every developer of PSVR 2 game. Because the problem with this controller is that the grip button is a bit too tight. It's just not comfortable to keep holding it. So what many games would do is to offer an option of a toggle grip. But it's the toggle grip is not immersive because you have to click to release something, which is not natural to do. So what some other games like Into the Radius and many others like games by VR Monkey do is just use the touch sensor.
Right.
So you touch the button to pick up stuff, you release the button to drop it. The problem with this is that you often pick up stuff accidentally because there is no clear input. You just place your finger and it grabs something.
Right.
One game where I actually found it to work well was Vendetta Forever. Because there you want to constantly grab and release, and it's good that it works like that just with the touch. But for example, in Into the Radius, in order to avoid accidentally picking stuff from my inventory or pouch or something, I just had to keep my finger on the grip button, so just to be safe. So the best of both worlds is the way how games like Resident Evil Village, The Walking Dead: Saints and Sinners, and Legendary Tales do it. And the way it is you have to click the grip button to pick up an object, but then you just hold your finger on the surface, and you still keep holding the object, and it feels very immersive. Because your hand isn't very stressed. You just hold your controller and it holds the object. You release your hand, it drops the object. And the way these settings is represented in Arken Age is they actually show you the sliders. It's the very technical stuff behind it. They show you the sliders for the threshold, or for where to pick up an object and where to release it. And they have some presets. One preset for like a regular hold grip, one preset for touch grip, and one preset for this hybrid grip like in Resident Evil. So yeah, that's what I would like to see implemented more in other games.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's uncommon, the PSVR 2 version of this game, because it has almost PC-like options in it, and
Right.
we don't see this very often. When we do, people tend to praise it, which I find surprising, because these same people that will go nuts every time a PlayStation game has PC options in it, these same people will say that they don't want to play PC games because they don't want to have to deal with all the options and tinkering and things. So, like, which is it? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? You seem to like it when PlayStation does it, but just an observation.
They don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know, Wes. They think they know, but if they've gotten to PC and tweaked with it for about a week, it's not hard. It's just something new, right?
Yeah,
And once you figure out how to do it, it's good.
Plus, everyone has their threshold, right? Like, it's not like all PC gaming is just constant tweaking. Like, there's obviously, if you want, you can tweak for days, but I don't do that. Like, I won't suffer it. Like, if I can't get in and get into a game relatively easily, I just won't play that game. Like, I'll just go play something else.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend 45 minutes fine tuning the settings like some people do. I agree.
Right, exactly. Anyway, uncommon awesomeness from this game. Definitely a deserving winner for PCVR and PSVR 2 Game of the Month this month. There's no competition. Essentially, we would talk about other games as nominees, but there were basically some shovelware came out on PlayStation this month. I think there was a Rampage clone that came out, a Gorilla something another. Yeah. And then I don't even remember what the other one was.
The 90s Extreme Skiing.
Oh yeah, Extreme Skiing, 90s.
I would describe it as Snow Scout minus fun.
What's
well,
funny?
I would describe Snow Scout as Snow Scout minus fun.
They've how many? They've had games like that they've tried to make good that are flat and they never took off. Extreme Skiing, all those type of things never really ever did well, right? And you think, well, this will be perfect. It's VR. You're going to be skiing down the slopes. They still haven't figured out how to do it, Wes. It's just not happening.
Yeah,
there's
the skiing
we've had some near
mechanics
misses.
are great, but it's not the problem with it.
I still want the fracked the
Right.
frack skiing game to come out, or the put you on skis and make it a shooter. They're like, that was fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm typically with you here. I don't really
And
care for most of the skiing games.
I remember hearing something about Fract changing something between demo and the final version. Do you remember that you
Uh,
could do
uh,
something in demo and they removed it?
yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
It vaguely sounds familiar, but I don't remember exactly
Yeah.
what it was that they changed. Anyway, Arken Age, PCVR, PSVR 2 Game of the Month for January. Obvious Game of the Year nominee here. I don't think we have
Of
to
course.
debate that. And then Quest, a similar situation here where really just one game to talk about in January. But oh, what a game it is. Madison VR made its way to Quest this month. Tried to get in and check it out a little bit today, which I did, a very little bit. But I don't know, Roots, if you've noticed this. I know that you have noticed this. What am I saying? Of course you've noticed this. But Quest has these like phases it goes through where like it'll work perfectly for 3 months, and then it'll take a month where nothing fucking wants to work in it. And I am on that month. Like I went in to Virtual Strangers account to install the game, which I always do. I install it on Virtual Strangers account. Then I switch over to Weasel account so that I can play with my own save. Everything worked fine in the Strangers account. I go to Weasel account and I can't scroll through my library. Like
Wow.
scrolling the library stresses the OS to the point where it scrolls choppy, gets up a page or two, and then crashes the whole thing. The window just crashes.
Oh, wow.
And I changed some settings. I restarted my headset a couple of times. Nothing would get it to work in in my secondary account on that headset. So I say, fine, I'll just go into the Virtual Strangers account and just play it on there, I guess. So I go into the Virtual Strangers account and everything's in a foreign language.
Oh,
And I can't
Wow.
start the game because I
That's my
can't
fault.
read anything.
That's
I
completely my
know, I
fault.
know. I know. I just want to give you a hard time. So yeah, I had to go back to the Weasel account and wrestle with it some more. Eventually, what I ended up doing was, instead of scrolling to it in the menu, I just searched for it, and that allowed it to finally pop up in my view and allow me to get the game started. A long wait to start this game. Like, all of these games have a moment when you start them where they initialize and compile the shaders. I want to say it took it 5 minutes to
wow.
compile all the shaders in this game. But eventually it loaded, and I got to say, pretty solid port of Madison
Right.
here. Now, obviously, standalone. It doesn't look like it looks on PlayStation or
It's
PC,
close.
but it looks pretty good, right, Looper?
Yeah, so I finished this game twice. First time on PlayStation on the how is it called? Normal or easy difficulty, and then the one with the hints, and then on Quest
Right.
on the one without the hints, and so yeah, it's there are like games, the multi-platform games that you play on Quest and you feel like you're playing a Quest version of the game. Hitman. And it's not the case here. You feel like you're
Right.
playing Medicine. It's of course
Yeah.
you can like notice some things like maybe in the geometry or something,
Exactly.
on Quest it's often well hidden behind the textures, but on Quest you rarely find any round shapes. It's always like visible polygons if you take a close look. But it's fine. You don't think about it when you play it. You just and despite playing for the second time, the every freaking jump scare got me. Just like
Yes.
I knew it was coming, and it still got me. One thing that a bit ruined it a couple of times was that performance wasn't really great. So when you have like when you take a shot and there is something happening after that, there is often a visible frame drop in that moment, and that a bit ruins the thing. But it's no big deal. Yeah. So one thing, actually, uh, comparing the PSVR 2 version and the Quest version, it wasn't the visuals that I noticed the difference the most.
Oh yeah, the
And
haptics.
yes, the head
Yeah.
haptics were so lacking. I just I just had phantom head haptics when I knew they should have been coming. When you have headaches
Yeah.
and when you have these shots and the ground is shaking, I
No,
know
no,
there
I
should be head
agree.
haptics and there's none.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. PlayStation
Yeah,
VR is the place to play
right.
Madison, even versus PC. Like uh, PSVR is definitely the most immersive, and they really make a full advantage of the PlayStation's unique feature set. But I agree with you here. I think that the that Madison on Quest is a very what's the word I'm looking for here? Competent port, where like it is, if you put it right next to one another, you would be able to tell the differences. But when you get in and start playing it, it's immersive, and it's one of these games like Red Matter where you're basically alone in an environment. There's not a lot of
Right.
stuff moving and going on, and these games always um, translate really well to standalone. The developers have a lot more overhead to play with, and this is just as immersive. Um, Again, if you put it under a microscope, you'll be able to tell some differences in the geometry and like the texture overlays. But like even like the photographs on the wall, the fact that those are all real photographs, so they just look the same, right? Like they don't look
Yeah.
different. So um, and the sound effects, and the music, all that stuff, just one to one. So you get immersed in it pretty quickly. And yeah, this is just a great game no matter where you play it at. And I'm glad to say that. I'm happy to say that. It always makes me happy when a game is able to translate to standalone this well.
If you can get it
Um,
started with the Quest.
right. After you wait the 5 minutes for the thing to initialize.
How crazy is that? You're right. You nailed it. It's like everything will work perfect for so long that you forget it should be having issues, and then all of a sudden your controllers just don't work, or just whatever random thing.
That happens a lot. That happens a lot where I'll get into a game or I'll get into the headset and it won't register my controllers, or it will register my controllers, but like the laser pointer thing won't come off of them. Like it'll show me that the controllers are in my hand. It'll show my fingers moving around on them, but I won't be able to like click on anything with them. So it happens all the time that I have to restart my headset to get my controllers to work
I've watched
constantly.
Dee a couple times and just not end up playing VR because she's got a limited time in between, shifts. She's getting ready to get in, and she has enough issues that the time is dwindling, and she says, "You know what? Fuck it. I guess I'm not going in VR anymore." So
Nope.
hopefully they'll fix that, because I think the problem is because they're constantly always adding features and tweaking things that they just break shit, and then it's like until they fix it, and now you've got this issue that you didn't have before, and it's frustrating. And something like, at least for me with VR, if I have enough friction, I'll be the same way. I'll get frictioned out of wanting to play VR. I'll just say, you know what, I'll just play something flat, because unlike virtual reality, every time almost every time I go to start a game, it just starts. It just works. You know what I mean? Hopefully VR will get to that point to where it just works, and we're not talking about stuff like this.
So it
One thing
affects me the
specific
opposite
to
way.
Madison. One thing
Go ahead,
specific to
Looper.
Madison is don't even try to go to your meta system menu when the game is open, because it will freeze.
Crash it, yeah. I didn't try that, but that does happen a lot in certain games. So it affects me differently, Root. So like, if I have issues in the headset, I'll see them through. Like if I'm in the headset to play a game, I'll eventually get there and play it. But the effect it'll have on me is tomorrow when it's time to play a game, I'll just not want to fuck with it. I'll just go watch YouTube or something instead, because
The
of
delay
the
reaction.
shit experience I had. Yeah. D, I remember when you tried Madison when it first came out,
Still
and the
scarred.
experience you had with it. Did you dare go in and try to play this on Quest?
Against my better judgment, and when Roots was gone to work, no, I didn't jump, and I ain't getting back in this game without help.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
my
hard to
God. I was
concentrate,
thinking
isn't it?
about it. I might. It's me in scary games, and it's tough. It's tough.
This game is legit scary, and it's not
Yep.
like a Resident Evil
Scientifically the
where it's
scariest one.
yeah, exactly. It's the scariest one. It's not like Resident Evil where it's over the top, like shocking you all the time with like big time scares, but it makes you feel like something bad is going to happen pretty much the whole time that you're playing. Like
It's not
you
just
gotta,
scary, it messes with your head, and that's part of what makes this game even
Scarier.
scarier.
Philos that
evil.
says stream it, D. If you play it, you need to stream
I
it again.
did.
No,
I
do it again.
she tried. Yeah, she tried to stream it.
Maybe.
I'll be here for you. I'll help you not be stuck so much, even though it's been a while now. It's been a while since I played. So I might not be as quick with the answers this time as I was last time. Got an AJ sighting in chat. What's up, PSVR Underground? Thanks for stopping by. You just missed us glazing Arken Age for a half an hour. And just showed up just in time for us to glaze Madison on Quest. Happy to report solid port to Quest. MDRN Game Dev in the chat says it's weird that the initial loading would be so long with no description of what's going on. In Bell, it tells you, which is nice. I don't know if my headset is broken right now. Loading, it's interesting. Yeah, I had that thought. Like, I don't know if it's just frozen or if it's loading, but thankfully I've had enough experience in these standalone games now that I know sometimes this happens. So I just took my headset off and walked away.
Isn't that what an hourglass icon was made for? Like, I don't know why some devs
Well,
don't understand and say, look, you kind of need to let people know what's going on, that something's happening. That because I not this specific issue, but like there's nothing worse than sitting there and you're waiting and you're thinking you're waiting and you're not waiting. This fucker's locked up, dude. You ain't waiting for shit. You're gonna be waiting forever. Or you are waiting for something, but you shut it off just short of when it's finished because you don't know something's happening. So yeah.
There is an icon in
each
there.
time you
To
load
be
the
fair.
save, it takes forever in Madison.
Yeah. There is an icon. It's the 3 dots icon.
Right.
But just because that thing is there giving you the 3 dots doesn't mean it's ever going to move. Actually, it can potentially sit there and do that forever. So
That's why a loading bar or something that's showing the progression, saying, "Hey, look, you're not crazy. This is just really slow." You know, like, yeah.
yeah, that's what I like. It comes up. It says compiling shaders. There's a bar. You can see the progress.
And the counter.
Yeah. Right.
Anyways, yeah. Again, no competition this month for Quest. Madison VR definitely the game of the month. Definitely a Quest game of the year contender.
And
And
the solid one.
the way that we deal with these games are that games that came out last year but are getting ported this year. It can win Quest Game of the Year. It cannot win overall Game of the Year. So it may end up, it may end up at the end of the show on the 2025 show, but it will not be the overall VR Game of the Year. It was nominated for that last year. Did not win, thanks to Batman, but did win PCVR Game of the Year last year. So I think we have a pretty strong contender here for Quest Game of the Year.
2025.
It was really
that's
close
going to be
for the PlayStation.
What was that, Looper?
It was really close to winning the PlayStation Game of the Year.
right.
It absolutely was, and I think I voted for it.
Yeah, it was partly
PlayStation.
my fault that it didn't, because I voted for RE4.
right.
But it was
anyways,
hard to pick from them.
That's going to wrap January for us. But lucky for you all, December was a completely different month. There were tons of great games that came out in December. We're going to go over December as well because we were away, and technically December is the first month of nomination for our Game of the Year next year. So we're going to do December. But before we do that, I want to show you guys this package that Salvador sent to me last week.
That's the right
let me
time.
just grab it.
You know who loves to show off the package, Wes?
My mom!
Yeah, she does. I tell her to keep it down. Let's keep things a little bit not so graphic. She's crazy, Dee.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they did that new compiling thing. That's only been going on a couple of years, right? Compiling the shaders ahead of time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not something you see often on the Quest.
No.
Would you mind going back to the intro screen with split screen, please, so people can see a little bit better? All right, so I got this package in Salvador DM'd me last week. Get to this birthday package. It says, here, let me turn my background thing off. Yeah, let me turn this background thing off so that you guys can see it. All right, there we go. All right, anyway, so I get this package. Happy birthday, Wes. Let me move my fucking microphone out of the way. Happy birthday, Wes. Just like the Madison package, right? This is the package from the beginning of Madison, right? Only there's one difference. It says from press here. So who's it from? Did you guys pick that up? Hold on.
I didn't
Let me
hear
bring
it.
Over here. You get it that time?
I didn't hear it. I'm assuming it's this.
My mom!
You guys can't hear that? Damn
No.
it. So it says my mom. It goes, my mom. You push the button and it does the my mom sound effect when you press the button.
Nice.
Anyway, you open up this
5090.
package.
Oh.
Not a 5090.
Damn it.
Oh
wow.
It's the camera from Madison. So he made this. He You do what now, Looper? I didn't catch that. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I get you. Yeah. Okay. So so he made this. He 3D printed it, and it's a perfect replica of the camera, but it's guts in it. Like there's electronics in here. It does something if you press the button. I haven't pressed the button yet. Now I hope this works because I didn't charge it. He told me to charge it. I didn't charge it. Hopefully it's got enough charge left on it that it works. But I'm going to push the button here for the first time and see if I can figure out what it does. Okay, it makes a sound, right?
It lit up.
Yeah, it lights up and makes the Polaroid sound. You can't hear it, but
how crazy would it be if Wes just disappeared? Like, oh my god, it's magic.
Oh, it's listen.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
I don't hear it.
It's playing the song from the record in the game, the Blue Knees. Yeah, it's playing the Blue Knees song. That's so cool.
That's crazy.
So I told Sal. I told.
Yeah, no, this scene we don't have you guys. Remember, this is the opening scene. You guys aren't in here. Your mystical, magical voice is only in our head.
Okay.
So.
All right. Anyways, so I was telling. I told Sal. I get stuff all the time from studios and things like that. This is definitely the coolest package I've ever gotten. That's not all that was in the box, by the way. There was Polaroids from the game. I don't know if it'll come through on the thing here, but the actual pictures from the game. Yeah, cool, right?
That is cool.
And one more thing in the box, which is the thing that I always love to get. Madison VR
shirt.
Or might just be a Madison t-shirt.
Nice.
So thank you, Salvador. This is easily the coolest package I've ever gotten. And I've gotten some cool shit before, but this is amazing. And I very much appreciate it. And we'll treasure it forever. One of these days I'll have one of those shelves behind me. But I don't know if you guys can tell, I don't have much room in here. It's the reason why I keep the fake background on all the time, is because I
makes
got jack shit
makes
for
it
room
seem
here.
like you have tons of space back there, right?
Right.
Limitless.
But this is great. This is awesome. Thank you, Salvador. I really appreciate it. This is amazing.
Cool.
Anyways, thank you, Sal. That's so awesome. We move on to December 2024. We'll start with PSVR 2. We will start with Demeo Battles. And my experience with Demeo Battles is pretty limited, although I did get in and I played a match versus AI to just get the feel for what the game is. And it's Demeo. It's Demeo, except half the team is on one side of the table, the other half of the team is on the other side. And every turn, the map closes in like Fortnite style, right? Like you lose perimeter each time, which causes all the characters to kind of have to end up fighting one another instead of running around and using distance attacks and things like that. But I thought this was solid, man. It had every bit of the polish that Demeo has on it. Um, Absolutely stunning in the PSVR headset. Crystal clear, colorful. Um, I actually said wow when I put it on because it had been a while since I even been in like regular Demeo, and I'd been playing a lot on Quest lately and not so much on my PSVR 2. And then I switched over to PSVR 2 to play Demeo Battles, and it was just like beautiful. Um, but I don't know. I don't suppose you checked out Demeo Battles Roots.
No, I had my Demeo Battles limit back when it came out on the other platforms. But you're right. It is a beautiful game for sure.
D, did you spend any time in Demeo Battles?
I did not, because Radio Runt said he'd stop being my friend if I played it.
Yeah, he was threatening everybody. Don't you touch that.
So Radio Runt said that it wasn't very well balanced early on, and it may be different now. Maybe they've updated it. I don't know, but I can't really speak to that. All I can speak to is my experience playing versus AI, and it seemed fine, man. It seemed like Demeo. Looper, what's your experience with Demeo
Yeah.
Battles?
I'm just like you, Wes. I only played single player because that's what I do. But the problem with balancing, as I see it, is that they introduce this. The healing is rare. You only get one heal card per hero, and and you don't ever get them from chests, from like regular card drops. You just have one chance to heal, and this makes the tank an OP because the tank can replenish the shield, and
Kind
it
of,
gives
but
you a lot of advantage. So basically,
that's
the way I see it, if you play online, it's mostly tanks versus tanks. But
but
I'm
you
not sure
can
because I didn't.
the you can deal with that though by instead of spending your initial gold on cards, uh, by instead spending it on minions,
Yeah, that's what I do.
and
That's what I love to do.
you can overwhelm the tank by getting in 5 hits on him from smaller enemies.
Right.
I almost died immediately. My tank almost went down on the first turn, just because it got ganged up on by a bunch of like rats and things that came after me at the
Yeah.
beginning. I didn't die, but I had to use my heal card immediately,
Makes
so
you
that I
wonder
wouldn't die.
though, because it's a competitive multiplayer game, PvP basically, that if you're playing against other players, you're always going to see them gravitate towards the best versus the best. And if it ends up being typically tank versus tank, without even playing it, that would be indicative of a balance issue because it should be lined up to where there's reasons to not just do tank versus tank, or else everybody's going to do that. But at least that's what it sounds like to me. So whether there's ways to do it, apparently most people aren't gravitating towards doing that.
Right, right. Well, I
Yeah,
can't
but
really
as I
speak to
said,
it again.
yeah, as I
Go,
said,
go ahead,
I
Luca.
played it single player, so it's not a problem there. And Wes, you said you played against AI. I wouldn't describe it as playing against AI because this sounds like just the multiplayer mode with bots, but it's not what it is. It's a set of handcrafted scenarios.
Oh,
Each time
okay.
you have a specific, sometimes you have a preset of heroes that you should have with preset of cards. Sometimes you can pick your own heroes, but your opponents and their army is always predefined, and it brings a lot of variety. every challenge is completely different from the other ones, even though they happen on a limited set of arenas. There's like, I don't know, from 5 to 7 arenas and 60 challenges set up on those. But they still feel different in even those that take place on the same arenas. In general, I would say that as a single player game, I enjoy battles more than I do the regular Demeo, and the reason for that is first the pacing, the fact that you can play a session of 20 minutes and go to the next challenge instead of
It's a
having
big
1
plus.
hour to finish just one of the 3 floors. And second, I just so much enjoy having an army of monsters on my side as opposed
Yeah, that
to
was kind
just
of
fighting
cool.
against it.
That was kind of cool that you got to kind of build up your own group of these enemy monsters to turn loose. Although I did want to have a little more control over them. Like it still just lets you pretty much
Yeah,
move your guy, and then everything else kind of moves as it wants.
yeah,
Um,
they
but
are on
you're right.
their own.
Right, exactly.
What are your guys' thoughts on the new Demeo coming out that's more based on the Dungeons and Dragons? Is it going to be like this? I mean, I obviously it's not going to be battleless. I'm just curious how it's going to change for the better. You know, I mean, obviously
I'm not
bringing in
sure it will.
Dungeons and Dragons, that lore and what they do in those games and combining it with this can be badass.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
good
not sure it
question.
will change much. I'm not sure it has to. It's the gameplay of Demir is great. They it's already clear that they are not going to bring the traditional D&D gameplay. They are bringing the IP, right?
Right,
Right.
right.
But so what
So
are they going to
yeah,
do? What are they going to do different then? You know, because I don't. At least this is for me. I don't want more Demeo maps. I want a better version of this game, which is already amazing. You know, if they're just going to slap a Dungeons and Dragons skin on it, at least for me, I'm not interested in it. I want it to change. You know what I mean? I feel like there's things that they did right, and then there's things that didn't make you feel like you were really going and exploring a dungeon. You know, these campaigns are cool, but that's not what this type of game typically is. And so I'm hoping they kind of lean more into
I think you
to
just kind of nailed it. Not like obviously the gameplay mechanics are going to be Demeo, right? Like the way that you play the game is going to be Demeo. That's the reason why Demeo is on the logo now, is because this is going to be a Demeo game. But I think the way that they handle the levels and the boards can be done differently, based
yeah.
on this being a Dungeons and Dragons game. It could be something that you progress through on your tabletop still, but again, just kind of moving through a map instead of being placed on
Like
a board.
Table of Tales.
Yeah, exactly like Table of Tales.
yeah.
Um, so hopefully that's what this means, because what really made Dungeons and Dragons popular was that spontaneity, the fact that anything can happen at any time, and that's kind of the opposite with Demeo, with Demeo being very set as to what's happening. So I think you're right. I think that's how they could do it, is make it more of a tabletop dungeon crawler as opposed to just like a board game.
I get excited
And
for it.
at,
I
at,
have more positive things about it than negative. I think it's going to be good. So hopefully.
I really hope they add a good narrated story.
Yeah, yeah. The I have confidence. I think it's going to be great. I think Resolution
Yeah.
Games is the perfect studio to build this game, and I think it'll be good.
Yeah.
Where are my show notes? They got buried. Moving along to the next nominee, Masters of Light came to PSVR 2 in December. This was a game that I played initially on Quest some months earlier. Um, uh, I wasn't particularly impressed with it on Quest. I mean, I thought it was fine. It was a hand tracking game, stationary wave shooter, pretty much, um, meant to really sell you on graphics and visuals and sound, but kind of hampered by the Quest platform and the Quest 2 specifically. So I felt like it was kind of a half baked concept on Quest and a very average experience. Went in to check it out on PSVR 2, didn't have very high hopes for it. But I got to say, I was pleasantly surprised with it on PlayStation VR 2. Not only is it much more beautiful, like it's a really good looking game now on PSVR. It's crystal clear. They've upgraded the skybox to a high definition skybox, and there's not a bit of shimmer in it. Everything is absolutely high res, crystal clear, running at a smooth frame rate. Um, but the gameplay is better too. Like it works better with controllers than it did with hand tracking, and it's not just because of the controllers, which is a big part of it, but they also have integrated eye tracking, eye track based aiming with it, so it follows your eyes, and which doesn't, that would be a kind of a no-no for most games, but for the type of wave shooter that they have here, it kind of works. So while full disclosure, this is not going to be anywhere near my game of the month. I wasn't expecting to care for it very much, and I actually had a positive experience with it on PlayStation. I was pretty impressed with the upgrade. Um, I don't want to keep going to Looper first every time, but I'm sure you didn't check this out, right, Roots?
I did not check this out, but I did. It's not lost on me that here we have yet another hand tracking game that is better with controllers, and
Right.
I think that's the theme of life. And I know there's many games out there that want to do hand tracking games. Stop, please, just stop. Make my life easier. Maybe there's amazing games on the horizon, and or maybe there's a game or two out there where you can make the argument that it's not even needed. You can't really make that more that you can do it. I just don't support it or want it on any level unless
How
I'm
lucky are
want to
we?
watch a movie or something, or I'm watching Prawn or something. Like there's why do I not want to have a controller? I just don't get it.
How lucky are we that this game came to PlayStation in December instead of January? Like now, hand tracking's on PlayStation, so like if it had came out now, it would be just the same as it was on Quest, only with better visuals. Um, D, did you check out Masters of Light?
I actually did get into this a little bit before the show tonight. And I haven't fared well with many hand tracking games. This one I would have to say is the better one. Not that it's great, but the better of the hand tracking games that I've tried.
Right,
Um
right, right.
yeah, it stuff just seemed to be off a little bit for me, especially like with the sniping um in here.
Oh, that's what I liked about it. That's what worked well for me was the sniping ability. The fact that you can lock in with one controller and fire with the other one is
But it,
that's what worked.
and I would lock in with the one hand with the beam, and then when I went to punch to shoot the shot, like it was just it would hit it, but visually, like here's the thing, okay, and then it would hit it, but be over here, So there was a
That's
little,
weird.
yeah, little bit off,
Yeah,
but
I did not experience that. Looper,
Hmm.
what's your experience with Masters of Light PS3
Yeah,
2?
so I played it on Quest with hand tracking, finished it, and I'm currently playing it on PlayStation with controllers. I definitely enjoy it much more with controllers and eye tracking, which is a big game changer for this specifically, because you are constantly overwhelmed with enemies. And the way it works on Quest, it's still gaze-based, but you have to turn your head. And on PlayStation, you just look at the enemy and yeah, keep hitting. Yeah, by the way, we didn't mention that it's definitely a workout game. You just
Yes.
keep punching. By the way, what I found more efficient than punching was this like shaking movements.
Yeah, that's what I did. I did finger guns. I just did this. I would lock in with the one hand and then just finger gun with the other hand.
Yeah, but still, even with that, it requires a lot of motion. So yeah, you probably wouldn't play it in too long sessions. Luckily, the levels are quite short, so it's well suited for that. By the way, one thing about Masters of Light, I feel like it was designed as a roguelike, but for some reason they didn't make it one.
Any reason that you feel that way?
Like the way the way the enemies are like repetitive, and the levels also. So it feels like something that you would like replay all over and over again, instead of like having a sequence of levels that you play like a campaign.
Probably would be better as a roguelike because they definitely want you to repeat it and chase leaderboards with it, right? Like it isn't just about progressing, it's about progressing on leaderboards and
and those
getting a high
abilities that you
score.
unlock, they could be like achievable also like perks in roguelike, but whatever. It's fine as this.
Yeah, I think that's kind of ultimately the downfall of the game is the scope, right? Like it's fairly small scope. It's a fairly basic concept now. You know, stationary wave shooters was kind of the beginning of VR, so not something that typically hits and lands well in 2025. But damn, it's 2025. VR's been around 9 years now. Think about that.
That's crazy.
I know, right? But
I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but the haptics are really good in the controllers.
Yes.
Yes. They're really sound like.
Yeah, it's like night and day playing this game on PSVR versus Quest. Like, again, after playing it on Quest, you know, I thought it was fine. You know, I didn't think it was a bad game on Quest, but definitely one that I would never go back to. You know, after spending significant time in it one time.
What were the haptics like on the Quest, though? Or did you even use controllers?
I mean, it was a pretty normal. Well, actually, you're right. There's no controllers on Quest.
I think there is an option. I just didn't use it.
Was there option? It's optional. I didn't play it with controllers.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think there is.
Yeah, I just think
that makes sense.
Haptics are good, and they make a big difference. So much so that people will want to use PlayStation over Quest or PC for the haptics, right? But the hand tracking game people will say, yeah, you don't need those haptics. Like, dude, people fucking play a specific version on PlayStation over the 4090 PC for those haptics. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're talking about dumbed down haptics that aren't PlayStation haptics, they're still haptics. And it's still a big difference to not have anything in your hands to where I would love to see a video of Wes streaming, not the gameplay, but just him using his finger guns. And people be like, what the fuck is that guy doing? Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's constantly, you have one hand out and the other hand beside of it. Just
you're like shaming somebody over and over again. You're like, what is this guy doing? He's like doing some kind of, 20s or 30s dance or something. Yeah, I don't know. I think haptics are good, and I think GT said this the last time he came into our chat, and we've said it before, and I agree. Once they have something that you can put on your hand, just a glove or something that's light, that that'll change everything, and you'll still get haptics, and you'll still feel like you're not holding anything.
By the way, I saw them supporting B-haptics. I'm not sure if they support the glove, because there is like two games supporting the glove, but that could be the third one.
There you go. No, but kudos to Celine and the dev
They
team
do.
over there at Coven. They did a great port here and really took advantage of the platform to improve their game dramatically. So yeah. Anyways, we move along to the next nominee, and depending on who you ask, I think a lot of people, or at least some people, would consider this a legit contender
Mm-hmm.
for Game of the Month. Subside came to PlayStation. Excellent port of a game that initially launched on PCVR. And this solo dev pretty much showing people what's possible in terms of visuals on console, because this game looks beautiful on a base PlayStation 5. But I think if you ask 10 people whether or not this is a game or a tech demo, you're going to get 10 different answers, and they're all going to be different caveats, right? Because, it is a game. I think most people would say that it's a game, but there's always that caveat. But like, it's not like it has super rich gameplay here, right? It's an exploration game, um, which has you, basically looking for coins on the seafloor, and other objects too. There are data disks that you can find and keys that open chests. The chests basically give you equipment and stat buffs that allow you to explore areas of the map eventually that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. But essentially, it's an exploration game. It's a underwater swimming game, diving game, that is basically driven by the immersive graphics and sound. It's all about seeing as much of this beautifully rendered world as you can. I enjoyed it. I think it's a great demo for people. I'm definitely the kayak killer, as we like to call it. Something that you can put people in and wow them pretty immediately. Not something that grabbed me to the point of making me want to continue to progress and finish it. And I think that's where I kind of break from some other people. Roots, thoughts on Subside?
I was just gonna say I agree with Brian 100%. This is definitely a tech demo. Oh wait, he says it's not a tech demo. No, it's funny because listening to him talk about it, I never would have given this game as much credit as I do now, after listening to him describe what he found in the game, and I think that it's unique. It's definitely one of a kind, and I think it's cool. I think simpletons like myself would roll their eyes and say, "You're just swimming to the bottom of a pool." But that's not even the truth. Like, I've seen more in this gameplay footage here than typically what you're going to see in the trailer and stuff, right? Everybody thinks it's just the pool bottom. And I think this is pretty cool. It's definitely unique.
Dee?
I have not played the PlayStation version. Nope.
Talk a little bit about the Steam version. Did you play it on Steam?
For a little bit, not too much, but it looks amazing. Like you said, or like everybody says, it's the again, I can't.
Photorealism.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah,
It looks amazing.
exactly. So you did basically what most of us did, and you got into it, played through the tutorial level, and played a few minutes into the second level, and said, "All right, I'm good." Looper, what about you? How did you get on with Subside?
Yeah. So was it main fan's definition that if you can die in a game, it's a game?
Yes.
Right.
You can die in Subside. And
You can, that's right.
actually, on one of the later levels, it's important because you like in a cave system, and you don't always have a place to breathe. So you have to be strategic, kind of like in Freediver Traitor Down.
Yeah,
So there's
right.
that.
That's great.
Yeah, but I didn't enjoy it too much on PC, except for obviously the visuals. They are great, but I like after spending about an hour on a second level trying to find every collectible you need to find to unlock the next one, and not succeeding in finding the fourth of the four, I was just done with it. And I enjoyed it somewhat more on a PlayStation, partly because of the haptics, of the swimming haptics specifically. They're just satisfying. Uh, Even though I played on PSVR 2 headset on PC, it didn't have that. But on PlayStation 5 it did, and it grabbed me enough to unlock the later levels, but not enough to unlock the bonus levels, because you have to like explore every single corner of every level and find all the types of the like shark collectibles to unlock those, and it was too much for me. But it was somewhat enjoyable.
How cool would it be if Jaws was in there with you? Like, just came out of
Yeah.
nowhere. Then
I
that would
think
change
that's.
this game
I think
completely.
something happens on the. One of the bonus levels is basically the extended version of Ocean Descent on PSVR 1,
Oh
but
yeah,
with
that's
some
cool.
differences. But I didn't get to experience that because I didn't have enough patience to find all the collectibles to unlock it.
Yeah, I think when we play stuff like this, it just I see potential for a future game with a broader scope, right?
Right.
Like I could definitely get into a photorealistic diving game, but it would need to be something that that put some story that puts me in the water searching for certain artifacts or items, and having to navigate dangers on my way to finding them, or looking for clues to where to go look next,
Yeah,
that sort of thing. um
nothing like that here.
yeah, right, right. But again, games like this are a stepping stone to the next game, right? So maybe the next game has a bit more in terms of scope.
The
um
underwater version of Green Hell.
Yeah.
there you go.
Oh,
But a solid title, definitely made a lot of noise on PlayStation last month, and a deserving Game of the Month nominee. But we move along to the next nominee, and this is where things start to get interesting as we begin to talk about Skydance's Behemoth. Uh, One of the more highly anticipated releases in the VR catalog in recent years. Behemoth came out in December to mixed reviews, and a lot of them warranted, as there was some initial jank, especially on PlayStation uh, platform. But I felt a lot of the criticism it got was not warranted. I think um, people were judging the pre-launch version of the game and dinging it for issues that they very clearly told people would be patched out when the game goes live. Um, and then beyond that, I think people were nitpicking it for other things that I just didn't find to be all that big of a deal, like the stamina system, for example. People were upset that you have stamina in this game, and you can get tired if you fight too hard without taking a break and moving away. Um, but overall, I loved Behemoth. I thought it was one of the best releases of the year last year, and I think that it's a game that's so well done that I can come back to it and have fun just playing the same levels. Just because the combat's so visceral and fun, the physics are great, and and the boss fights are fucking legendary. And Dee, I'm going to start with you this time because I know that you probably did put some time into Behemoth, right?
Yeah. And I think before yesterday or the day before that, the last time I had played it was when I streamed it and you saw me beat the second Behemoth, I think it was.
Yep, that's right.
And I've played it a few times since then, just in this past week because I've wanted to get back into it. I'm almost to that third one. Oh, that thing is freaking huge. This game is amazing. I love it.
Yeah, this is great. I was shocked that this didn't get more like 8.5, 9 out of 10 scores, and people instead were giving this one 6.5 and 7 out of 10. Like, well, I don't know what game these people are playing. Like, this is an amazing game, one of the best melee games I've ever played in VR. Looper, what are your thoughts about Behemoth?
Yeah. By the way, they got a patch recently with
Yeah, just this week.
apparently a lot of fixes. I haven't played it after
Oh yeah,
that,
yeah,
but
hundreds. There's like
but I
six or
had
seven hundred
played
fixes in it.
both before and after the December patch that changed the combat system, and it was a big game changer for me personally because I'm not sure if it was due to stamina system or due to something else, but before the patch, none of the weapons felt right for me. I I'm not sure how to describe it, but I tried using bow and arrow. I tried using throwing knives, which were kind of OP in the beginning, but then they stopped being one. And tried the regular melee, and there was something wrong with all of those. And after the patch, suddenly it became all of those became right. I'm not sure what it was, probably the stamina system, but it really makes the game much more enjoyable for me. And yeah, I played it to the end. The I like the variety of environments. They really change it between every uh, major like biome, so to say. And the last one is it's radically different. It's like I don't know, like Synapse almost. Yeah, and uh,
I like the variety in gameplay here. Like, I think it's a good mix
a lot
of,
of
you know,
optional
that.
areas too.
Right, exactly. So you go down the beaten path, and it's pretty straightforward melee action game, but there are optional paths and areas where you can
Yes,
just stop and puzzle for 30 minutes on your way,
exactly.
and I really enjoyed that aspect of it. The exploration and puzzling I thought was really cool.
I love
Yeah, and
finding
the way
those
it's
little
structured.
figures, you know? And then one of
Yeah,
my
yeah,
favorite spots in this, or not spots, but features in here, when you find those skulls and then
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have to crush
You have
those
to
skulls.
crush them.
That is
yeah.
like one of the coolest freaking things I have seen in a game in a long time.
So what
Yeah,
platform did
it's
you play on, D?
I actually tried all three. Um but mainly playing on Steam.
Yeah. So on PlayStation you have adaptive triggers for that crashing.
Yeah.
That was the
yeah,
first
yeah.
game you
That
played it on, right, Dee?
Yeah,
You
that was the
didn't
first one I played it on where I had all the jank, but
Yeah.
once they did I think that first like you said the balance with the stamina and stuff like that. I felt that difference in the gameplay and I've just stayed with it on Steam.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you get these games that are good on multiple platforms, and then maybe you played on PlayStation first, and it's pretty cool. The haptics add a lot, and then you go over to try the PC version, and it looks a little bit better, but maybe not as immersive due to the difference in haptics. But then, you end up getting caught up in the gameplay, and then maybe you play a little bit longer on PC. And even though you would typically go back to PlayStation, you don't want to play that last 90 minutes over again, so you just kind of keep going with it. I find myself doing that all the time in these games. And I think this might be one of them where I may have enjoyed the haptics a little bit more on PlayStation, but I think I ended up pretty much sticking with the PC version mostly on this one, just because I didn't want to go back and retrace my steps.
Right.
Roots, epic length adventure here. Even though there are only like 3 kind of levels, so to speak, all very, very long with loads of content. And while that can grind on you at times, I think that it's an overall positive for this game that we have this epic length adventure game that we typically don't see in VR.
Yeah, absolutely. And whatever they did in those first patches was amazing, because when I first tried the game, I felt like the blocking felt like weird. Like when I was doing Melee. So much so that I was dreading playing more. And then
Tenderfoot.
Yeah, I went back to Tenderfoot. And but then they did a patch, and then all of a sudden it was like I didn't have to line every single like, I'm just trying to play a game. Like, I'm not trying to be an expert marksman, swordsman, you know what I mean? Like, where I'm going to be blocking everything. I'm trying to learn to really fight with a sword. And it was at the point where like everything had to be perfectly lined up, and it was like no matter what I did, I couldn't block anything. And then they scaled something back, and I felt like it was a good change. It got to the point where I actually was enjoying myself, was able to get through. When the combat, and this is how it was for me before they patched it, and then maybe that's why so many people had bad reviews, I don't know, or people had the confusion. Like, when I felt like it was what is that, Happy Funland, where every time I heard the robots I went, ugh, I'm gonna have to go. So every time in this game, in the beginning, every time I saw an enemy, I thought, oh, fuck, I'm gonna have to fight this thing. And I worked my way through it to the point where the main point of the game, which is sword play, fighting, I couldn't stand it. So I believe something was broke in the blocking or shielding or something, and it was within a day or two. So it was obviously being worked on, but after that it was great. So
yeah, I think I've heard other people say this. And by the way, we have a Gamertag VR sighting in chat. What's up, GT? So I've heard other people say this and complain early on about the parrying in it, and saying that didn't quite feel right. And it was to the point like I got on with it immediately. Like, I never had any trouble with parrying or stamina, and I don't know if I just am abnormally well suited to play this type of game or whatever. But I knew it just felt right to me from the beginning. But enough other people have said this to the point where Tiffany would show up in chats and tell people, hey, like, you've got to make sure that not only your timing is right when you parry, but the angle of your weapon is right as well, or it won't work. I see her doing this over and over and over again. I never even gave any thought to the angle of my weapon. Like, I just did it and it worked. So, like, I don't know. But I've heard a lot of people say that, Roots. So that they have patched this game to fucking hell and back now. Like, it's got two major updates, but each one of them with hundreds and hundreds of fixes in it. To the
I
point
can definitely feel the difference in the gameplay. Like
Right.
I definitely I experienced my, fair share of jank in this game with the parrying and the angles and stuff like that, but no problem these past couple of times except for my own user error.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's the thing. Like they just, and I think they did realize it and fixed it. But at some point, unless your game is like legitimately learn to be the best swordsman in real life by playing this real to life sword simulator, like it doesn't need to be like real sword fighting. You can make it feel like it is, but most people aren't going to have the form factor to be blocking things from it's like trying to play a kayak game where you legitimately need to have the oars perfectly placed and stuff. I guarantee that kayak game's not that way either. Like I get it, if it's a simulator, then yeah, you're simulating real life. Make it like real life. Otherwise, make it a game and make it as close to making you feel like you're really fighting with swords, but you're not. Like you don't have anything in your hand and you're coming at it from the wrong angle. And I think they tried to make it too realistic, and it's not their fault because that's what people scream for. And but there's a line between making the game flow and making it fun, especially for someone like myself that like is already going into a game thinking, I got to do melee, and now I've got to like legitimately do melee. It kind of makes things a little bit crazy.
So what you're looking at on the screen here is what makes this a can't miss game.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny, man, because most people, even the ones that were giving this game sixes and sevens, would tell you that this is a must-play game, which you don't normally
Exactly.
hear from a 7 out of 10. People typically say wait for a sale or something like that. But these boss fights just so epic, um, providing an experience that really one of the few times that you really see the potential of VR fulfilled in a game. I would describe these boss fights, but only a handful of them. Looper, do you feel like they gave us enough in terms of these behemoth moments, or
Well, you
do
could
you feel
always
like
ask for more, but what they did give was so impressive that I couldn't really complain.
right? It's
And
like
it wasn't like uh, the first one was like quite short and didn't have a lot of phases, but
I
the
swear I
subsequent
think they
ones,
nerfed that. I think they shortened it. I think
yeah,
if I remember correctly from when I demoed this, and I've got the video, I can go back and watch and find out. But I think when I demoed this in Los Angeles, that the first boss fight was longer and had another climbing section for on it for you to
hmm
like an extra weak spot that you had to get and climb for. And I feel like that was missing in the launch version for whatever reason.
yeah.
Maybe they thought it was too hard or
So
whatever.
yeah, the subsequent ones they do have like different phases and they keep amazing you. You sometimes I just didn't believe that something they would dare to do in a VR game because they would think that it will make people sick or something.
So D, I got it. I know who old saggy tits is. You didn't have to explain
At
it to
least
me.
someone does, dude. It makes me chuckle every time.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um, Roots. With this latest update that just hit last week, they tell us they're not done with the game, and they have their wave based arena mode, which was in beta, is in beta, and is very simplistic and bare bones right now. Which I can see a lot of potential for that if they make it something that's way more substantial. Maybe give it a roguelike progression system. That could be something that adds value to the game. But they even hint at more gameplay modes beyond the wave based thing. Um, what do you think I could do with this game
Hide and
that would
seek.
really add to it?
No, I don't know.
hide and seek.
It just makes you wonder what gameplay modes could they do. What they needed to add was, like you said, a couple more bosses. Like we talked about in our original discussion. I think it was Mash that we were all agreeing, really, but I think Mash was hammering the point that there was a good length in between. It just felt like the pacing was off a little bit.
You know who loves it when there's a good length in between?
My mom.
Oh yeah, she does. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of game. I don't know. Here's my thing. I would just want the game to be longer and be more fleshed out than adding more game modes.
You know who else thinks it should be longer and more fleshed out?
My mom.
So much so that she'll go riot for that shit. But I don't know. I don't know what they could add to it. I kind of feel like it's been released and they've fixed any errors, and like what more could you really add? Like I don't know, maybe this is just me, but I'm not really interested in an arena mode or any extra modes. I get adding stuff for more playability and so you can say the game is worth more.
What about multiplayer?
Or
multiplayer?
Multiplayer would be pretty cool thing to add to it. I don't know if they would add that to it, but that would be pretty cool. But I just don't feel like adding any modes is really going to do too much for this game. Like at least for me, like I'm not really interested in going into another mode of a game that's a shooter and doing an arena based shooter or
do you think
melee.
Do you think the combat here is refined enough to have player versus player multiplayer? Like, let's say they did something like what Farpoint did with their PvP, where you're on a big map, a player spawns in at either side, and you have to kill the other player, but it isn't just that. There are nodes around the map where you can spawn in enemy characters to go after your opponent as well, so it puts a little bit of strategery involved with it. Do you think that a mode like that, a versus mode, would be well refined enough to have legs essentially and keep people coming back?
That's a good question. It would be depending on how good the levels designed were. I mean, if you think about it, there really is not many, if any, melee PvP games in VR, right? Like that I can think of.
That's right.
Like everything's shooting based. So it would be interesting to see if they could make it. I think the combat's there. If they made the arenas or the levels cool enough, and it could add something to it. Be definitely interested to see what they would do with that for sure.
Yeah, and another aspect of the game that I really liked was the use of the grapple. Not only in combat, but in traversal. Like they essentially they took Everslot's concept and polished it out and made a game out of it.
Made it more physics based.
Yeah. What do you think, Looper? What kind of new modes could they add into this? And
I have just one item on my wish list.
Let's hear it.
Let me revisit the boss battles once I completed them.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like it. Or even like incorporate the bosses into the wave-based thing. Like make the arena mode again something that has a roguelike progression. You have to work at to progress your character up to move deeper into the campaign, and then have milestones in the campaign, 20, 25 waves, and then boss fight.
Right.
And then line up those boss fights.
Kind of like how After the Fall is, with the Horde mode. How you get your bigger discs,
That's right.
On those. And then maybe, like you said, like every 10, maybe throw a boss at it, something like that.
Yeah,
or a behemoth.
I like it. Yeah, there's a lot they could do. I mean, they could introduce some speedrunning levels. They could do some. I mean, It'd be kind of hacky, but they could do
Right.
some skill challenges like Blood and Truth style, where there's an archery challenge levels and things like that.
There's a speed run level with the grapple hook with a lot of with different stuff that you got to do. You know.
Yeah, and I think when you think of it on those terms, and you really start to think about all the things that they could do, it kind of brings us full circle back to why this game is better than a lot of people give it credit for, and it's that versatility. It does so many different things well that on the surface it just seems like a pretty straightforward physics-based melee game, but there's so many different aspects of it, and again, maybe it took them a little too long to get it all polished out. But I mean, we're only 2 months on from launch right now, so it's not like it took them a year to perfect it. But yeah, in general, this is one of my favorite VR games of the modern era, the current generation. I think this is one of the very best, which makes it difficult to talk about what the game of the month is when you compare it to the next and final nominee for PlayStation VR game of the month, December, uh, Alien Rogue Incursion. This game came to us in December from Servios. Long anticipated game. Hype level pretty much at 11 since it got announced. But for some of us, VR fanatics that have been, dialed into the VR gaming scene for years, a bit of a measured hype for this one, Roots, being that it was coming from Servios, who have pretty consistently brought us near miss after near miss after near miss in recent years. But near misses are still misses, and I think initially, Roots, that was our main concern, and probably what we would have bet would be the case here would be that we would get a game that looks good, but was just too shallow and not substantial enough to warrant the all the hype from the casuals. Luckily, though, I feel like Servios kind of pulled it off here. I think Alien Rogue Incursion is a great game. Maybe a little shallow as an action, arcade style action game, but they give you enough here in terms of story and just the overall experience of being in this universe. I found it to be a very rewarding gameplay experience and a fun game to play.
Yeah, and there was no red mist either. Walkers got me. Yeah, no, I think everything
No
you
black
just said.
wall of aliens.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree. I was very. This is my big caveat, my big worried game that I thought, okay, this game is probably not going to be the best because it's Servios and they've let us down so much, and in the past, just barely. And ironically, was one of the better games that I played, even though people still crapped all over it. But I think the problem is they didn't. I don't think people really knew what they wanted. They wanted Alien Isolation. They wanted different versions of everything. I would say, Propagation Paradise or whatever, that MASH, how he wanted it to be that other version and could never get past that thing, is what happened to a lot of people. They wanted this to be something that it wasn't, and so they dinged it on everything it shouldn't have been dinged on, and overlooked all the good things about this. The atmosphere and the story being told, it's just done very well. Like you said, maybe it's not the most fleshed out as far as deepest game in the world, But I think it's hands and or heads and toes or heads and shoulders better than a lot of games that people say are good and then say this one's trash.
Yeah, kind of
So
felt like it kind of felt like Doom 3 with a alien skin on it, which is great, right? Like, um, but you know, Looper, while this game, like we mentioned, maybe isn't the most, isn't the deepest in terms of the gameplay loop here. It is a fairly straightforward um, action arcade shooter style game, which you know, for what it's worth, most Alien games are, right? Like most Alien games are like this. Um, one of the things I really enjoyed about this game was the storytelling. I think the game has a pretty
Yes.
compelling story, and they do a good job of telling it not only through the narrated um, scenes where you're having dialogue with your AI companion, but through the terminals, the computer terminals that
Exactly.
are located throughout the facility have a lot of detail in them if you take the time to read them.
Yeah, I didn't read through all of them. I was glad they were there. So when you have some interest, you can definitely dive into it and get some more lore. The story is great. The voice acting is excellent. Yeah, but the thing is, this is very much my type of game because I love horror, I love shooters, and I love Metroidvania structure. That's why I love Resident Evil. That's why I love Dead Space. That's why I love Alien Rogue Incursion because it has all those checks ticked. You constantly revisiting the same areas, you unlock new abilities, new tools, and there is like this puzzle type of stuff where you connect the virus and then you unlock a more powerful tool that can connect virus in different places. And that's just the type of gameplay loop that I enjoy the most, like learning the map, like knowing where I have some places where I can possibly go further if I get some item that I don't have yet. So yeah, it was like my name written all over it. So
Yeah, and this just goes to show, you know, we so often get hung up on you know these gameplay loops not having enough depth and things that I think we kind of short sell the immersion factor, right? Which is odd because that's the primary reason most people play games in VR in the first place is because of the potential to be immersed in the environment. And Roots, I feel like this is a prime example of just how much graphics and sound and atmosphere can add to an experience. Because, so you put this game up against another PlayStation VR sci-fi shooter like Genotype, for example. Genotype, a great game, definitely a hidden gem. Not enough people talk about it, but great because of the depth that comes with the progression of your weapons and your character that the game offers. Uh, Very much the same type of game where you're exploring this facility on another planet, same type of enemies and same type of scenarios that you're put in, same type of gameplay where you're exploring and kind of backtracking across the map. Um, but while Genotype has that extra depth of gameplay. I still I don't think it holds a candle to this game, um, which is a more shallow game on the surface, but much more immersive and does a much better job of making you forget that you're playing a game and instead making you feel like you're living an adventure. Does that
My
make
God, the face
sense?
huggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know,
Well,
right?
it's a
It almost
story.
gave me a heart attack.
Story based game, right? So like it kind of needs to have that atmosphere and make you feel afraid to be in this environment, right? Where there's literally aliens that could kill you. So I think there needs to be a balance because to me there's nothing more unimmersive than bad gameplay. You know, if like gameplay is so boring to me that I don't care how good it looks, I can go into it and be so bored that that will pull me out of the experience as well. And so a lot of developers kind of lean too heavily on the immersive factor. It's like, you know, we've said before, you know, it's not 2016. Um, you kind of need to have a little bit more to get people into, you know, just not being in VR isn't enough. I thought the environments were done very well, and I thought the gameplay was good. You know, and so, but it's also got to be your kind of niche type of game, right? If you're not like running around shooting things, you're not gonna like this either. So
Everytech VR lending some insight in the chat said that Servio's made some bad decisions here. Seems better now with more unpredictable alien encounters, and that was my big uh, criticism of the game. The one thing that I feel like could have been done way better and really took away from the experience was the timing of when the aliens came in. It was completely predictable. It was almost like they were on a timer. Um, and eventually, it killed all like suspense and anticipation. You never had to like worry about is there going to be an alien around the next corner because you knew when and where the aliens were coming from. Um, so instead of having this constantly on the edge of your seat um, feeling as you're exploring the maps, uh, the aliens became more of something you just had to stop and deal with every 2 minutes or something, right? You'll do whatever it is you're working on, then you have to stop and dispatch an alien, then get a little bit more done, then stop and dispatch another alien. Um, they've fixed that now, or they claim to have fixed it um, with a recent patch. Um, but now we have to be careful, right? Like, I think it's a good thing, generally speaking, if there are less alien encounters and they're more random and unpredictable. I think less is more in that sense, where you got to let the player breathe. You have to have space for anticipation. At the same time, that presents challenges with balancing in the difficulty of the game, right? Like if you take half of the aliens away, like where's the challenge come from, right? How are you going to die? So it may be the case that they nailed it and they've got that just right, but it may be the case where, okay, now they've got the scare factor back and the predictability has been dealt with, but now maybe that it needs a little bit more polish and tuning with regard to the challenge. Um, so GT pointing that out in so many words in the chat, and I think it's a valid point. Dee, what did you think about Alien Rogue Incursion?
It definitely looked good. Man, these scares, scary stuff. I played it for a little while, but with roots in my ear behind me, as I have to deal with that and aliens jumping at me, I couldn't do it. I played it for maybe an hour or two. The thing that I was struggling with though, in my panic, was having that thing out to monitor, and then just once I
I
saw
didn't even use that thing.
no,
I didn't even I didn't really find it useful. There was no need for it. The way that the aliens came in, like you
There
didn't need
probably
that
is now.
thing.
I held
Hopefully.
on to that thing like a freaking whoopee, dude. I'm like, oh my god, where's it at?
I hope that you play it more, D, because
I'm gonna try.
even though I liked it at launch, um, I would have told you then that you have to give it 90 minutes before it gets good, because it seems pretty straightforward. Even though it is immersive and cool to be in the universe, the gameplay doesn't particularly take off until you get to the mess hall, and shit hits the fan, and that takes a minute.
Takes a bit.
Um. Anyways, I definitely want to go back in and finish this one now. Now that it's got the update, I'm curious to see, did they nail it, or
Well,
is it
we're
just
gonna play it for
a half
Quest,
step?
Game of the Month, February.
Yeah, that's a different conversation entirely. From what I can tell, uh, getting a lot of negative feedback from people with regard to the fidelity
Mm.
of the Quest 3
That's
version. A lot of
unfortunate.
people saying it doesn't really feel like it lives up to the potential of the Quest 3. So, um, Looper and D, I think you guys are going to um, appreciate the way we kind of cover these games um, monthly versus covering them the day after they come out, because you're going to often find these situations where there's something wrong with the game when it launches, but by the time we have to cover it 3 weeks down the road, it's better, right? So we're gonna actually be able to hopefully skip a lot of the bullshit with the Quest version of this game, um, that people are complaining about. Hopefully, it'll be fixed by the time we have to play it.
I wanted to add about
Anyways,
the respawns. Yeah, I
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't really mind those. I just accepted it as a rule of the game, and it didn't feel like completely wrong. But I definitely can see how the changes that they declared can make the encounters more impactful and unpredictable. By the way, it's funny that Alien and Behemoth are kind of on the opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of response, because in Behemoth, no one ever respawns. The way it's structured, you can revisit the previous areas, and it kind of turns into a walking sim because there's no one there. You're just on
Right.
your own until you find some optional area that you didn't visit previously, and suddenly it does have enemies, which is always a nice surprise. But yeah, it's like no response versus constant response.
Yeah, right. Like, that's how you can tell that you found a new area in Behemoth
Yeah,
was, are there enemies where it's
right.
just a nonstop flow of aliens, or at least it was a nonstop flow of aliens on a timer,
And
throughout the entire experience.
in specific points as well. You know the specific points where they spawn.
Yeah, yeah. In that it can be detrimental too, because the ammo supply is finite in this game, from what I can
Well,
tell.
they do give you extra ammo when you need it. So sometimes when you're out of ammo, you can find that on some places where you found the ammo previously, it's respawned. So
Well,
they
maybe they updated the game to include that, but I know on my the first time or two that I played this game, I got into trouble where,
yeah.
like, I ran out of ammo and I was just pretty much screwed. I was basically hiding behind my AI companion, a lot more than I would have wanted to, because I just couldn't find any
Yeah,
ammo. And
maybe they
uh,
do it since you are on your own. Maybe it's
right,
on that part of the game.
maybe that's
But
it.
yeah, when revisiting like save points, I always double check the lockers because sometimes there is something there again, even after I took everything. previously.
Interesting. So now the question: what was the PSVR 2 game of the month? Um, Two solid contenders here. You know, as much as people liked Subside, I wouldn't put it in the same class of game as these other two. Um, Demeo Battles, you know, same thing. A quality title, but not quite on the level of Behemoth and Alien Rogue Incursion. But with these two, I would definitely say either one of them would deserve the W here. Um, Roots, I guess I'll start with you. What was the PlayStation VR 2 game of the month?
That's a good question. I think both of these have things that you can make the case for it being the game of the month. I think if I had to choose, if you put a gun to my head right now, I'd say, holy shit, put that gun down first.
Don't shoot.
First, like, what are you doing? This is just a conversation about VR. But I would have to say Behemoth probably. I think it's overall more fleshed out, has more of there's more to it than Alien Rogue Incursion. Although I think Alien Rogue Incursion is definitely up there in the discussion as well.
Yeah. Looper, what say you?
Yeah, when it comes to such great quality games, it can only be the matter of personal preference, and for me, it's
Right.
Alien for the reasons I stated.
So Looper says Alien. Roots says Behemoth. D, what do you say?
I actually agree with Looper, and I'm gonna say Alien. Alien on this one.
Alien. Interesting. All right. So for me, while I think I enjoyed the atmosphere of Alien more. I think in terms of overall game, I think for me it's got to be Behemoth.
Ball time.
Uh, there's just so much more going on with the game, and the minute to minute gameplay it's just more fun to play, which is odd for me because I'm more of a shooter guy than a melee guy, typically. But I feel like the scope of Behemoth is so much greater than the scope of kind of what you're doing with Alien. Um, that it's a more rewarding experience to me, and that's not to mention the crazy fucking boss fights. Um, but with that said, here we are, 2-2, and I'm going to open up a poll just to see how chat feels
Nice.
about it.
Chat seems to be as equally divided as we are.
We'll see about that. Yeah, like I enjoy the atmosphere of Alien more. I typically enjoy shooters more than melee games. But I feel like while Alien kind of puts you into this very narrow, linear, story-driven experience with a fairly shallow gameplay loop, Behemoth gives you this kind of, while it's linear, kind of more of a wide open world with branching paths. You have combat gameplay, you have puzzling and exploration gameplay, you have the story, you have the traversal, and then you have the boss fights.
Progression.
I just feel like there's a lot more game there, and a lot more of a full experience, so to speak, with Behemoth, in my opinion. Do we think platform plays into this at all? Because this is the PSVR 2 game of the month, so we need to kind of, I guess, since it's so close, we should probably think a little bit more in terms of what the PlayStation build specifically meant to
I
these
forgot
games.
to mention something about Alien.
Go.
I don't think I've played another game where you take an in-game object, hit your head with it, and you get headset haptics.
That's a good point. That was cool how they did that. It's such
Don't
a
ask me how I discovered that.
it's such a no-brainer, right? You'd think that every game would do that. Like
Yeah.
it just seems like the thing to do. If you have haptics in the headset, touching your head should 100% of the time
Yeah.
create a sensation. But
Well, I mean,
apparently,
if you bump your controller into the headset, it works.
right. Are you sure that's headset haptics, or are you sure that's just real
No, I
life
double checked.
haptics? All right. Okay. So last call. We'll leave the poll open for another 60 seconds or so, and let chat have the final word with this. I say we give it to whoever that we let the chat be the tiebreaker here, and as we move into PCVR, without just going ahead and calling it, we give whoever loses out on PlayStation. I think we give them a leg up, another positive in the discussion when it comes to PCVR, because I feel like for both of these games, the experience between PC and PlayStation is similar enough that we could call them interchangeable. Does everyone agree that these are pretty much the same experience on both
Yeah.
platforms?
Yeah, it's not Metro. If this was Metro, I'd be saying no. Thumbs down for PSVR 2 because of the Mira. But this one, I didn't see any Mira on for PlayStation VR 2.
I think I saw some Mura in Alien a
Did
little
you?
bit.
Well, you can
I'm
always
wrong
see
about
it
that.
if you look for it.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
sometimes. I mean, I don't know about this game, but I know in some games like Metro or something, it was so obvious
Well,
that it was like
in Metro, you don't have to look for it; it's just there because
just
I
it's
think the
there.
reason is the green fog that's all over the place in Metro, and the green color really highlights the mirror because it's like green pixels.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and call it here in the poll. Behemoth squeaking out the victory. This is about as close as these ever get, right? We're split evenly as a panel. The chat split pretty evenly as well, but Behemoth squeaking it out by a vote or two. So PSVR Game of the Month winner is Behemoth. Now, with that said, I think that we're probably all in agreement here that both of these titles should be nominated for Game of the Year this year.
Right.
Right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I also agree with Old Darth. Says Behemoth is something new. Aliens is an iteration of previous first-person shooters. Says yet another first-person shooter with an alien skin on it. And I mean that. At least that's how I read that. Not that that takes away from it because it was very well done. But that's kind of where I feel like with Behemoth is it's doing something different that hasn't been done in VR, and which is cool.
Give me just a moment here while I catch up my notes with putting in the winners and the Game of the Year nominees so that we can transfer this over to the master sheet after the show. So I'm just writing winner on the winners, and I'm highlighting in gold the nominees for Game of the Year. Right, so we call Behemoth the PlayStation VR 2 Game of the Month. As we move on to PC, we will give Alien a kind of +1 leg up from narrowly losing out on the last one. But as we move on to PC, we have some different titles to talk about here. And with that, we come to the first of my games that I regrettably didn't get a chance to play. There are two this month that I really wanted to play and literally just didn't find the time. I intended on getting into them today, and ended up taking me a lot longer to put this show format together and find footage, suitable footage for all these games than I would have liked. And I didn't really get time to play as much games today as I wanted. But the House of DaVinci came out on PCVR this past month. Node-based puzzler in the vein of The Room, if I'm not mistaken here, and an adaptation of a flat game into VR. And I'll start with you first, Dee, as this one came from your library. What did you think about the House of DaVinci?
As a fan of The Room, which I first played flat and was ecstatic when I found it on the Quest, this definitely, what's the word I want to use? This definitely satisfies that want of more room VR type games. Puzzles are hard. Not hard, but they gave me a challenge. But definitely felt as good as The Room does.
Those are big words. As The Room VR, Dark Matter is an excellent title. Looper, do we have describe this game for me? Is it like 1-to-1 with what the Room is, where
it's very much like The Room in good and bad ways. Like it's node-to-node teleportation, which makes sense for the type of game it is, because you only have that many places where you can do something significant for the
right?
puzzles. There is very similar cutscene stuff where, like with this ghost shadow figure, which in this case is Leonardo. Yeah, there is a similar hint system where it just like shallow at first and more straightforward later. It's yeah, it very much scratches that itch of The Room.
Kind of
I would say there is
kind of
one thing that made The Room great, specifically in VR, and it's not represented here in any form. It's what they do with the scale,
right.
where you teleport into where you teleport into some location and everything becomes huge and you become small. There's nothing like that here.
Okay, so we don't have that perspective
Yeah.
swap where you become minuscule and get a whole different view of the world and the item that you're working with. Interesting. How do they do on variety here? Variety of puzzles, variety of environments. Is it a lot of the same stuff, or do they mix it up pretty well?
I would say it's quite different on each time you progress to the new level, and there is a lot more levels than in The Room, but they are shorter. So it's more like split on segments than The Room is. But each subsequent segment, like within the segment, you may do like a lot of repetitive stuff. Sometimes you don't. But segment to segment, it's a good variety, I would say, of both puzzle mechanics and the environments.
Um, D, it looks like pretty solid in terms of production value. The looks and sound, how does it stack up?
Oh, it's one of the coolest features that's different than the Room VR is that you see it in parts of the clip here, but the little time manipulator thing on your wrist,
All right. Yeah.
that was a cool new aspect to the whole puzzle. Puzzle? Puzzle? Puzzle. Yeah.
Roots, did you get time for DaVinci?
This is one of those ones I'm like you, Wes. I'm like, man, I should have gone into this game. My biggest question is MASH going to give away 10 copies of this game this year? Because I think he should.
It
People
is
love
cheaper
the
too,
room.
right? So.
If people can even come close to loving this as much as they love the Room VR, it was so successful. It's probably the best puzzle game that I've ever seen for VR to date, as far as reaction wise and how universally loved it was. So much so that when my dad was into VR, I don't know if he plays it too much now or not, but this is one of the games I bought for him because I know he loves this type of game. So puzzle games, that type of stuff. So yeah, super cool, and definitely is. I'm glad that they didn't stop at the Room, right? So.
Cool.
By the way, I was really surprised to know it is a flat game. It doesn't feel like one. It really feels like made for VR.
Oh, okay. So it feels like a legit VR game.
Yeah.
That's good to know. It's good to know that that you're getting something more than what you would have get, doing a UEVR mod or something with the gamepad. Cool. So yeah, looks like we have a solid entry here. I think maybe a little bit limited in terms of scope. Like I think someone said you could play through this in a few hours, unless you just get stumped. There's not a lot of game here, but what is here is really good. And for those of you out there who like games like The Room or The Seventh Guest, this one's for you. But we move along to the next nominee, and this is a game that I did play and played long ago when the game first went into beta. Grimlord came out and came into full release this month on PC. And I did get a chance to get in and check it out, and pretty much the game was pretty much what I remembered it being. And it's an interesting case because, it'd been so long since I played this game that I didn't really remember. I did and I didn't. So, like, I remembered that I liked this game a lot. I remembered why I liked it. I remember that it is a full-blown action RPG in VR with like kind of old school scenarios and old school like dialogue and general structure to the game. I remembered one of the things that really impressed me the most about the game was the progression. I mean, you have different kind of classes that you can kind of slot yourself into, whether or not you want to be like a warrior or a mage or what have you. And you can be an archer. And you can kind of like Legendary Tales, you can do them all at the same time, or you can just focus on one and progress it on out. But a very deep skill tree here. And all the stuff I remembered, but I didn't remember a whole lot about the gameplay and like the levels and things like that. At the same time, there have been times in recent months where I've thought about the gameplay and levels of this game, but didn't remember what game it was. Like I was like, oh, I remember playing that game where I did this and that and was in this level and did that. What game was that? I can't just put my finger on it. Turns out it was Grimlord. And I went into this game this week, approaching it very much from the perspective that I thought that I'd only played maybe an hour or so of the game and then stopped. But when I got in there, I immediately realized that I played more of this game than I thought back then when it was in beta. Um, because this was that game that I'd been thinking of. This was the Melee game that was so awesome. But in terms of differences, like I didn't see much difference in the game. Maybe the interactions were a bit smoother. The magic was a little easier to do. Like it's gesture based. The spells and stuff that you can do are gesture based, and I remember feeling like they were kind of difficult to pull off before, where they're not so much anymore. Um, I feel like the maybe the combat at the beginning of the game is a little easier. I remember struggling with it initially. The first time I played through the game, didn't struggle with it this time. Not saying that it was easy. It's not easy. Um, but I remember running away from enemies and the first time I played it just to get by them, and now I'm fighting all of them and defeating them. But all in all, an excellent game. Like if if you're one of these people that like these like Undead Citadel style games, like this is the one. This is the one because it's not. Um, it's more than just that kind of surface layer gameplay that um, that Undead Citadel gives you. This game gives you more of a quest style. And I don't mean meta quest. I mean it gives you a kind of a quest to go on, and is a full blown RPG um, for VR with all of the bells and whistles that come with that. Um, Roots, I know I asked you to play this game. I don't know if you did or not. Did you get in and check out Grimlord?
I did not actually, and I don't know. I saw Melee and I thought, I don't know if I have patience for a Melee game right now, but that sounds really good.
No, it is really good. It's exceptional.
I know
In
D
my
had some
opinion.
experience with it.
Lee, what did you think about Grimlord?
Um, which game? Because I just had to start 3 of them, to get a good run in. So my first game that I created, of course, Archer, Ranger, whatever you want to call it. I got to that first save point, and when I came out of it and tried to continue, like I stretch Armstronged my sword, apparently. My arm stretched out, and then I lost my sword. So tried restarting the game again. It's no sword. So started a whole new game. And I think I can't remember what happened the second time. Oh, that first little courtyard that you get in. Lost my sword running around trying to like run from him and get it was an experience like you said. So started a third character, used a male this time, and guess what? No problems. I don't know. What?
Okay, I see what the problem is here. It was you lost your sword in your purse.
And yeah, my bag. Yeah, I had too big of a Birkin bag, and I don't even know what a Birkin bag is. I've heard the name.
So I had this happen to me as well, where I lost my sword on a respawn, and all I had to do to get it back was instead of continuing to load at the save point, go back out to the main menu, and click load. Instead of click continue, click load game, and then pick your save from the list. And every time, which it only happened to me I think twice, but both times when I spawned back in, I had my sword with me. So
yeah.
But for what it's worth, it is easy to lose items in the heat of battle if you drop something um, in this game and run away. It doesn't snap back to your body. If you
Yeah.
drop it, you lose it. But you can always um, teleport back to the monastery and go to the blacksmith and have another weapon crafted for you there. Um, anyways, did you get into the game enough, D, to have gone through any of the levels, or did you just
I
stall out at the
think
beginning?
after I did play a little bit further with the male character, but after dealing with the first two games and the issues that I was having, I just got to a certain point and then I stopped playing.
I was reading
But
in the comments or the people's reviews that the for whatever reason that was one of the biggest gripes is that people's weapons would go flying if they got like when they were blocking 2 or 3 blocks and then it would go
Yeah.
shooting out of your hand. I don't know if that's something that happened to you guys or if that was
it did.
something that was rare to them or
I
what the
think
deal
that's
was.
how I lost the sword in that second game, that I had started. Like I blocked something and then
Went
here
flying.
goes.
Did not experience that at all.
Hmm.
Looper, what do you think of Grimlord?
Yeah, so I was fortunate enough to never lose any weapons for good. But what happened a lot indeed is like Roots said, when you during a fight, they can knock out your weapons, and yeah, you have to find them on the ground. But I just found it to be a part of like the rules of the game. You have to sometimes to recover your weapons from the ground. Yeah.
How
So
how easy is
yeah.
it to knock it out of their hands? That doesn't sound fair.
It.
Those
I
fuckers.
think. I think it happens too. At least you can break their shields. That's
Right.
definitely happening. The thing is, I almost didn't play as a melee. I played first as a mage on PC, and then I played as an archer on Quest. I sometimes use melee when I'm out of mana, but mostly I just use magic. And yeah, as the Roots mentioned, it was harder on the early access version. They definitely nerfed it, uh, especially the boss fights. Uh, they are like I I don't remember dying once before like some later stages. Dying on the boss fights. I did die to regular enemies, but never to the boss fights until like some of the most latest ones. But yeah, in terms of visuals, in terms of how the combat feels, like how everything is structured, maybe you saw on the footage that you can oversee like some fortress in the background, and you do get there eventually and explore that part as well, and can oversee back down the village that you were exploring earlier. I found that very cool. Yeah. Mm, but yeah, it feels like they were aiming to make a Souls-like game. That's why there is no difficulty levels. But uh, they made it easier. And what
Right, and they
they
nerfed
should
it.
have done is instead they should have said, okay, we are not a Souls game. Here are the difficulty levels. But yeah, so uh, if they kept the either kept the difficulty from the early access or added difficulty levels, I would say this would be my legitimate contender for Game of the Month against Behemoth and Alien. But there is this thing, so I'm not sure. I still enjoyed it very much. I uh, had a great time in it. But yeah. And speaking of reloading saves, they have very weird UI there where you can actually scroll the list, but you don't know it. So this is how I lost my first character, actually. I accidentally rewrote that slot because I thought it's empty or something. Yeah, so there's definitely some jank involved here.
Yeah, it's not all perfect. Well, I do really like this game. You know, again, uncommon progression in this game. I think second only maybe to Legendary Tales
Yeah,
in terms of the
I
way
wanted to
that you
tell. Yeah,
can.
they do many things that Legendary Tales is missing, like voice acting, like
Right,
human enemies, and yeah, but they are very similar at the same time. There is a specific level in Grimlord. That is very much like Legendary Tales because there is a lot of goblin enemies and stuff. Yeah, but what Legendary Tales has is co-op, and I think
right.
this would be great co-op. But unfortunately, it's single player only. Not personally for me because that's how I play anyway. But I could see many people enjoying it more in co-op.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Um, so I like the progression tree. I like the collecting of materials and being able to go back to the blacksmith and have weapons crafted. I like how you can find the blueprints in the levels and that help unlock uh, things for you to craft and make new weapons with new magical abilities and all of that stuff. I like how when you're fighting human enemies, you can single out like an area to attack, and if they're armored, you can eventually end up damaging and breaking their armor and exposing a weak point that you can finish them off. It does a lot of
Did
good
you
things.
reach the enemies that kick you?
Reach what?
There are at some point the armored enemies. They, if you approach them and like with your shield out and try to melee them, they can kick you,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and
and it hurts you
your
too.
shield doesn't save you from that.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It damages you if they kick you, or some of
Yeah.
them kind of bump you with their. If they have a two-handed weapon, they'll bump you with it, and it hurts. It hurts a lot actually. I
Yeah,
got killed a couple
the
of times
enemy
from that.
behavior is very like uh,
Yeah, so all that's
I'm not
good.
sure if I can say realistic because I never did melee fight in real
Right.
life, but yeah,
Um,
it's impressive.
things that I didn't care for. Um, the climbing could have been a little bit better. Like
Yeah, the
the
thing
way you
with
grip
climbing is
things.
it looks like it's the way it works. You can use any melee weapon or, which I prefer, an arrow to use like a pickaxe. But the way it works, it doesn't work like Arken Age where you just go poop 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 and climb. Each time you have to uh, apply some force to remove the arrow from the surface.
Right.
So it's kind of adds immersion, but it's tedious. Yeah.
Right. Um, so the climbing was a little weird. I would have liked if they allowed you to continue to stick turn while you're climbing instead of
Yeah,
locking your
that's
perspective.
missing.
Right.
A little kind of annoying. The other thing I didn't like is the inventory system and the way that you can put things into your pouch to carry along. I think it lets you carry 5 items with you. Maybe there's an opportunity later
I
to
think
expand that. I'm
they
not sure.
increase it with time. I think it's either some perks or something because by the end of the game I was carrying like 10 or something.
But you can only, unless I just missed it, you can only pull out the items in the order that they're placed in there. So like,
You can use trigger to circle through them.
see, I didn't know that. Like every
Yeah.
time I needed to get something from the bottom of my bag, I would have to pull out everything from the top, and that was annoying. So that's good to know. They should have put that in the tutorial. But
Yeah.
I had no clue.
Would have been helpful.
For sure.
But all in all, a very good game here. Again, I wouldn't put it quite on Legendary Tales level, but close. And again, I think a better game
It's much bigger
than
scope also than Legendary Tales. The Legendary Tales are kind of contained in the same area. You just go around and enter some dungeons, and this is
that's
much
true.
more expanding.
Better game than Undead Citadel, I'd say. Um,
I would
kind of
argue with that, but I just love Undead Citadel more than it deserves.
yeah, probably. But very good. A very good, uncommonly deep game for VR, and a game that is still being polished out. The developers by no means are finished with it yet. But that wraps up the month in PCVR. You've got House of DaVinci, you have Grimlord, you have Behemoth, uh,
Behemoth.
and you have Alien Rogue Incursion. Um, so I guess the first question that we should ask, and I'll ask you since you're the one that put the time in on it. Does this game uh, deserve to be in the conversation with the other two?
I'm again, I could see it in this conversation. I don't think it would be. It would. I don't think. I think the others definitely have some notable advantage. That said, I still can see it as a Game of the Year contender.
Oh, so you'd like to nominate it for Game of the
Yeah,
Year?
yeah. I'd
Interesting.
like to nominate three PCVR games from this month.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and second your nomination because, like you, I don't think it currently um, is on the level of a Behemoth or an Alien Rogue Incursion. But I do recognize the fact that they are still working on it, and it is
Yeah,
pretty close. Like
with a
it's
few,
not miles behind.
with basically one change, with one change introducing difficulty levels, it would be on the level of Behemoth and Alien.
Well, I mean, it would probably take a little more than that for me, but I haven't put as much time in it as you have either.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to again, I'm going to second your nomination. So we will return to this game later this year when we talk about Game of the Year. And now, in terms of PCVR Game of the Month, I'm okay with just calling it Alien this time, since we pretty much had a draw for all intents and purposes between these two titles a moment ago with PlayStation, and they're pretty much the same on PC as they were on PlayStation. I'm good with calling Alien the winner for PCVR Game of the Month. Roots, any objection?
No, that's good for me.
D, any objection?
Nope.
All right. Well, there we have it.
Can
Alien
we,
Rogue Incursion,
Wes, can
PCVR.
we retroactively switch them? Because I kind of feel that Behemoth more deserves to be on the PC list than the Alien on PlayStation list.
Um, I don't. Why?
Due to the issues that Behemoth had on launch on PlayStation, and
I mean,
the
it did on launch, but I mean, that's all kind of done now. It's like fixed,
and
and
if we
they're all
compare the
being
usage,
nominated.
if you compare the
Uh,
usage of features like headset rumble, it's kinda underutilized in Behemoth and very uh, well utilized, specifically with face huggers in Alien.
Yeah. Again, though, like, what are we talking about? It doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, for sure. They are
you know,
both nominated anyway.
they're all being nominated
Yeah,
anyway.
so
I
it
just I
doesn't really
just
matter.
want to
I
do.
agree.
And when it came down to it, Behemoth won. Uh, we're just extending some courtesy here to Alien, trying to recognize it
Yeah.
as a winner as well. Um, so yeah, um, for all intents and purposes, both games are the winner across both platforms. We move along to Quest, and we start again with House of DaVinci. I did not play House of DaVinci on Quest. Did anyone here have an opportunity to do that? I don't think so. I don't think we have access to it. We move along to our second nominee, and the other big regret on my list that I wanted to play, legitimately wanted to play, and didn't find time for, Shattered, mixed reality horror game on Quest that people keep going on and on about how cool it is. I really wanted to get into this thing today and play it. I didn't find time to do it. It's installed. I didn't play it. Um, I'm going to assume, Roots, that you didn't take time to play this either, right?
I did not. It's a horror game, and I've sworn off horror games for the most part.
Dee, did you play Shattered?
I downloaded it, not realizing it was, mixed reality, and I haven't gotten into it. It is downloaded though. I do plan on it. But...
Looper, what did you think of Shattered?
Shattered is so far the only full-length mixed reality game. It's it's a puzzle game. It's like consists of chapters. It's like 8 chapters, and each chapter took me like an hour to solve. And
Okay, cool. So, what kind of puzzles are we talking here? Like, is it?
yeah, the way it works is there is often like this portal mechanics in mixed reality games. The way it works in Shattered is you like mark one of your walls as your main portal, and that's how you view your level. And then there is different stuff in this level, and the way it works is I would describe as an inverted node-to-node teleportation, where instead of teleporting yourself to the node, you teleport the node into your room. So you can basically point at some interactable objects and say, I want to create the copy of this object here in my room, and then you can interact with it. Some of those objects can be themselves portals, like if it's like a window or some shaft or something. Yeah, so first in first few levels it feels like a workaround, like yeah, I could do the same in VR if I was just teleporting to this place, and okay, they inverted it and now it's in MR. But later on, the way puzzles work, they actually require you to teleport two different items into your room so they are close together and then they interact with each other. For example, there is a pipe that blows air, and there's another pipe that could receive air. And then when you put them together, it like closes the circuit and something happens. And there's more type of this stuff later in the game.
Cool.
Yeah, so I found it very inventive, definitely a contender for the innovative gameplay category. I really liked the narration, the voice acting. There is like cutscenes where characters walk into your room and talk. Uh, speaking of the horror aspect of it, when I was playing through it and I didn't feel it like horror, very horror-y. It was like maybe spooky or something. But somewhere like on chapter 4, it was like, oh yeah, okay, it's horror. Yeah, no questions asked. Because something
Right.
starts happening outside and inside your room. Yeah.
So would you say
So
then that the mixed reality adds to the experience here?
it defines the experience because the way the game works, it could only work in could only work in mixed reality. So
That's awesome. See, this is
yeah,
what we've been waiting on, or for developers to think outside the box enough to where they bring us legitimate mixed reality games that make sense for mixed reality, and it sounds like
yeah,
that's what we have
and I
here.
must say about the puzzles, they really make you scratch your head. And once you figure out the solution, it looks obvious, but it isn't obvious until it is. You always have to check, like when you teleport an object into your room, you always have to check all the sides of it because there can be some uh, information or some items on the back of it. There is also this, no, well, like in the room or in House of DaVinci, there is like this UV lamp which you can use to like discover some hidden stuff. There is also like regular uh, torch that you can use to like dissolve some black matter that obstructs your way into some items. But you don't get it right away. So on each level, you have to first find the torch before you use it, so it doesn't persist through the story. Each time you have to find it again, and it may be well hidden under some different puzzles. Yeah, and there's a good variety on different tools that you use, like wrenches and some electric stuff. So yeah, it really feels like a full-fledged game, not similar at all at anything we've seen in mixed reality so far.
Cool. And what about the story? Is the story compelling here, or is there just like
The
a
story
backstory?
is very unsettling. It's like a dystopian stuff where there is some mind control happening. So yeah, it's really cool.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it makes me sorry that I didn't find time for this one. In fact, I think I will, and we may be doing some more coverage on this month because this is
Yeah, it's
one that I really want to
it's
put
definitely
some
a
time
must
into.
play. No questions.
Well, old Dar
Awesome.
says he's played this a bit. It's the first mixed reality game that impressed him.
Beautiful. That's what we like to hear. Yeah, that's what everyone says. Like everyone raves about this game. Um, so yeah, if you're a Quest 3 user waiting on that definitive mixed reality experience, I think we might have it here.
That's the
This
one.
this this is
This
Quest 3
this
only.
I'm not sure. Probably would make sense for Quest 3 more, but maybe
Yeah,
it's on Pro. I'm not sure. Oh, also
yeah.
one important fact about Shattered, it's on Quest Plus.
Oh yeah, that is a huge deal.
Yeah,
That if you're
and it
uh,
was like
part of
launch since launch.
right, right, it launched in the Quest Plus, right? So if you're a member of Quest Plus subscription, you can download and play this as a part of that. If you're a new Quest user and you've got that trial subscription, this is available to you right now. Moving along to our final unique title of the episode, we have Action Hero from Fast Travel Games. This is a game that puts you in various scenarios of, you know, kind of your cliche film situations, where they'll put you in like an Indiana Jones type situation or a horror situation or like a crime drama. situation, and you play through these levels um, that are, for lack of a better term, super hot. Um, this is super hot from what I played of it. I didn't play a ton of it, but I played enough of it to know that this plays exactly like super hot. And that's not a bad thing. Super hot's fun. There's a reason why super hot was at the top of the charts, the sales charts for many years, and still sells copies. It's because it's a fun game and a fun concept for VR. And while I wouldn't say that they uh, do a ton here to differentiate from that gameplay loop, this is pretty much one to one, just like playing Super Hot. The reskin does work. I like having the scenario based levels that they put you in here. And if you're a super hot fanatic, um, I think you're going to absolutely love this game because it's just more super hot, pretty much. Um, Roos, did you play this one?
A little bit, and I agree with you 100%. It's definitely like super hot. And here's the thing, I can't even tell you how many games that I've played recently that are talking about it being like super hot but different, right? For XYZ reasons. None of them have said this is like super hot and it's like super hot. You know what I mean? Like if you want,
Right.
you nailed it. If you want more super hot or you want more gameplay like super hot, this is it. This is pretty much it. And that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing any more than the other games that are like it but different are good for being different. This one's just not different. It's very similar gameplay wise, but the scenarios make it all the difference. And I think it's cool. I think it's cool to have this movie tie-in deal where it's kind of like Indiana Jones type of thing scenario, but you're solving the problem of how I'm going to kill all these guys and not die at the same time. So yeah, I think it's a pretty cool game.
Yeah, and they do set up some different scenarios, like you saw there with the explosive barrels and things like that. Like I think that's part of the movie hook in this is where you're in these like movie sets. They do have some pretty grandiose things that can happen from time to time, like that, where Superhot didn't really have that. And I also like that they have that you can scroll time by button press, so you can just hold in the X button, and time will roll for you instead of like in Super Hot you would have to sit and just move your arm or something so that time would roll. You don't have to do that anymore. You can just hold the button down. Uh, Dee, did you play Action Hero?
I did. I actually got to the first boss. Um, I did like the like you guys are saying with the different scene like movie scenes and everything, but it's the same recipe with maybe the different ingredient. You know, it's super hot with
Yeah,
egg.
it is super hot.
Yeah.
I guess whether that's a good thing or a bad thing depends on who you talk to. But I think most of us enjoy super hot. Looper, what did you think?
Yeah, you may not know it, but this is super hot. Vendetta Forever, the original mode, isn't super hot.
Right.
Cold VR isn't super hot. This is super hot. If I had to like find some things that they do differently, is definitely the cinematic stuff. And as you could have seen on the footage, there is some environmental stuff that happens regardless of your actions, like boulders rolling on enemies or something like that. And there is also boss fights, which is new. And they recently have added an extra movie, which is like they call it horror. It 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 doesn't feel much different at first. It's like the same skins of enemies, but they now are like zombies. But when it becomes really different is when the ghosts come into play. Because the thing about the ghosts is they don't follow the rules. They keep moving even if you don't. And you can only kill the ghosts with a specific like proton pack like weapon. So whenever you get that weapon, they come at you. And instead of being slow, you have to be fast, which
Well,
really
that's
twists the
cool.
formula.
Yeah, that's a pretty big twist actually. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's awesome. So no, I really I thought this was cool. I like that they don't try to reinvent the wheel too much here. They put their own spin on it, their own flavor on it, but basically taking a gameplay concept here that people have been pining on for years, wanting a sequel, and basically bringing it, bringing people a new super hot game to play. I think it's cool.
Oh, by the way, I like that train level. It's like Uncharted.
Yeah, yeah. So I am going to roll through these last two nominees, games that we've already talked about here, but I'm curious to hear from Looper whether or not how did they port to Quest, and we'll start with Grimlord here. A good looking game on PC, and a lot going on here in terms of
Yeah.
the whether you're talking about the combat or just the scope of the game. How does this game translate to Quest?
Yeah, so yeah, I checked out both Grimlord and Behemoth like first hour of them on Quest, and when you start Grimlord, it really looks like not degraded at all. But that's because you start in a closed area. Like when
Right.
we were talking about Madison, you mentioned red matter. When it's a self-contained area, it's a bit easier to represent the similar visuals on Quest that you see on other platforms. But when it comes to more open areas, it was definitely lacking some details in the background. Um, and also, as I mentioned, there is geometry. And one place where you really see the geometry difference is that those first enemies that you fight, they have bald heads, and they are notably polygonal on Quest.
Right. Yeah, that
But
makes sense.
uh, but overall, it still again it still feels like you're playing the same game. It doesn't feel much degraded.
Cool. And lastly, Behemoth, and essentially the same question: how did Behemoth come out on Quest?
Again, very very good quality port. Not much degradation, but you see that the details in the distance are lacking. That's expected.
Cool. So the question then becomes: is this just a shoe-in for Behemoth, or do we feel like the
Use the
change
axe
in
to crack their
platform
armor and break their shields.
brings Behemoth down enough to allow Grimlord or Action Hero or even Shattered a leg up on it?
I would definitely say that Behemoth is not at the top of the list for Quest.
Close it.
I definitely had some visual. Exactly. The skulls that you had, not the ones.
I guess there's an audio in the trailer. Holy shit. Thanks, Spry. Hey, so that must have been pretty loud for everybody. Although I don't think it was too loud.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, we don't
I
hear
know.
it in here.
I know.
We just we get to watch everybody else scream in the chat. So I apologize for that.
No.
Anyway, D was saying that that Behemoth
Right.
is significantly downgraded on Quest and maybe
I
shouldn't
mean,
be the game of the
I
month.
didn't play it on Quest after any of the updates, so there's that. But so the like he was saying, the skulls that I came across that are on like the spikes when you like zip line up to something, they looked very not pixelated, but like, you know, just like triangles and like squares.
Just
it
like
was
the heads in Grimlord. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So that may have been
Geometry.
fixed. I don't know with the updates, but
I highly doubt that's the specifics of Quest. That's the geometry you find in Quest games.
Right, exactly.
yeah. So
So if not Behemoth, then what? Which one of these do you think? Shattered or
I would have to say
Action Hero?
Shattered for
Shattered.
how it's mixed reality. I mean, I haven't played it yet, but from what everybody's saying about it, I'm definitely going to play it, and I don't think I'm going to be disappointed with it.
Yeah, well, mixed reality is a very Quest thing, right? And if you're talking about Quest Game of the Month,
Right.
One of the Quest exclusives at the very least would make sense. What's your thoughts on this, Looper?
Just based on the scope, I have to say Grimlord. I love Shattered. Grimlord is just such much more expensive and expansive.
Now, are you saying that? Are you saying that, like, if we're picking something other than Behemoth, it would be Grimlord? Or are you saying
Exactly.
that
Yeah, because
Grimlord is a better?
I could see Behemoth still being on the top here, but I understand that it's different than other platforms. So, but Grimlord is different as well. So,
Right.
the downsides of Behemoth on the platform can also be applied to Grimlord. So maybe it should be
Exactly.
Shattered. I'm not sure.
Maybe it should be Behemoth.
Or Behemoth.
What do you think, Roots? What are your thoughts
Uh-huh.
on all of this?
I'm torn now. I was all set to say one thing and then something else. You know, I kind of agree with D in a way. You know, at least just from what old Darth and other people are saying, that this mixed reality game is of Shattered is like doing things that other ones clearly haven't been doing. That's
Yeah, it's
without
that good.
playing it. So
Interesting. I want to put it to the chat, see what chat thinks about it, because I'm definitely of two minds here. But I'm easily swayed because I didn't play these games on Quest. The only one that I played was Action Hero, and I thought it was excellent. But I'm interested to hear what chat thinks about this.
well, while we're waiting for chat, Flippy Nugget says, "How does the volume just double suddenly and start blaring?" Let me see. That thing just covered it up, Wes. I can't finish what he said. Let me close this poll.
He
He says he
does-
doesn't understand how the audio software must be hectic. No, that's just Root's not somehow. I don't even know how that thing got unchecked for audio. That's the weird thing.
It happens. It's been a while since we've done this game of the month thing. So, anyway, we'll see what chat thinks. But I think I am kind of inclined to just call it for Shattered here, just based on the idea that this is a mixed reality title. The first.
It wouldn't be undeserved. And even if it wasn't a mixed reality title, I mean, it would have to adjust some mechanics. But if it was just a VR title, it would still be up there for the competition. So it's not only because it's a big achievement for a mixed reality game. It's a great game.
Right. So which game are we going to pick? Are we going to pick the games that are worse because they're on Quest, or are we going to pick the game that's better because it's on Quest as the Quest game of the month?
Right? Yeah, that's true.
So I think we have our answer, but I'm going to give it another 60 seconds or so for
It's
the
neck
chat
and neck
to
with
make it
Shattered
known.
and Behemoth.
What was that, Dee?
Sorry, it's tied with Shattered and Behemoth right now in the poll.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I'll just, I guess while we're waiting here, I'll kind of set the stage for what's about to come next. Dee has been practicing, kind of teaching herself some video editing, and she shared with me her first project in DMs yesterday, and I thought it was cool. So before we roll credits on today's episode, I'll take a minute to see Dee's first video project, and I think you all might enjoy it quite as much as I did.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that was cool. Anyways, later, Gray Matter. Thanks for stopping by. I'm going to go ahead and call the poll and see what the poll says.
You know who else loves to call the poll, Wes?
My
I'll
mom!
let you decide what call means in that sentence.
All right, so split evenly in the chat, Shattered and Behemoth. So I'm going to go ahead and call this one for Shattered. I think it makes sense for this to be the Quest Game of the Month this month. That basically just leaves us to decide which of these should be considered for Game of the Year, Quest Game of the Year. And I'll just go down the line here. Behemoth, anyone nominate
Yes.
Behemoth? Okay. I'll second that nomination. Grimlord, any
Yes.
Grimlord? You know what? Sure. We'll do it. I'll take your word on the Quest version. And Action Hero. No on Action Hero, and then Shattered, the Game of the Month.
Yes, of
I would
course.
assume would be a nominee for Game of the Year based on the fact that we had games that didn't win Game of the Month that got nominated. All right, cool. So there we have it. Our first Game of the Month episode spanning 2 months.
Done.
And we have done
We did
and
it.
in the books.
We
We
did
did
it.
it.
We did it. Yeah, so those of you tuning in late, for January, of course, Arken Age, the easy winner on PC and PlayStation, Madison VR on Quest. And then for December, we had Behemoth winning for PlayStation VR 2. We had Alien Rogue Incursion winning for PCVR. And on Quest, we had Shattered winning Quest Game of the Month. And with that, we have now firmly got 2025 underway. So what's happening next week on Virtual Strangers? I would say likely going to be a Strangers in the Night week. I'd like to keep up with the 2 episodes a week pacing, but as many of you can tell, that's just not feasible. I'm not saying we won't do 2 episodes this week, but I'd say that we'll at least do an episode of Strangers in the Night where we play some games and come back and talk about them.
We've even talked about bringing back the backlog or report, right? That would be nice.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's the beauty of having Looper here and Dee to play the week-to-week releases for us. That's going to basically free us up on these Strangers in the Night episodes to play whatever we want, be it mods, be it new releases, or be it stuff from the backlog. The Strangers in the Night episode is just pretty much going to be what did we want to play this week, which is going to be cool.
Yeah.
So at the very least, we'll have one of those episodes this weekend. If there's a bunch of cool news to talk about, we may even do a numbered episode next Monday. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Anyways, Looper, Dee, thank you guys for being here, for supporting. We very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
having us.
having me.
And with that said, friends, well, actually, let's take a look at Dee's video here,
Oh, the video.
and
All right.
and then I guess we'll just roll straight out of Dee's video into the outro. So, with that said, for Roots, Dee, and Looper, I'm Wes. We'll see you next week. Bye bye.
Take it easy.
Laters.
Bye.
Who loves to play with Dee?
Yeah, she does.
My
She hasn't even made an
mom.
appearance. This is the first time.
Hey, you know who loves it when you inspect her gadget?
My mom.
Oh yeah, she does. You know who also loves to have a bad taste in their
No.
mouth?
My mom.
I'm just and not sure. Brondo says I'm salty about the lack of mom jokes. You know who's not salty about?
My mom.
Loves the salt anyway.
You know who loves probes, Roots?
My
A
mom.
little bit too much sometimes. I say.
You
That's
know
the
who
thing.
loves a good cockroach in her mouth?
Yes, she
My
does.
mom.
You know who loves a sloppy slipping, Wes?
My mom.
Oh, that's the best way, I'll tell you. You know who loves to go both ways?
My mom.
Yeah, she does. You know who loves it when you bust it out every once in a while?
My mom.
Yeah, just don't do it in public. It's not legal.
You know who lives in SeaWorld, Roots?
My mom.
And that's the letter C.
She is
not
the
the
C.
S.
You know
Oh,
who
yeah.
else loves to double fist it?
My mom.
Yeah, she does. You know who else likes to spread out for a 40 on 40?
My mom.
Probably should have left it on small and easy. But you know, Roots, who hates it when it's small and easy?
My mom.
Oh, she gets pissed.
Well, you know who else likes multiple resurrections?
My
Oh,
mom.
She
yeah.
does. You know who loves to get it on their chest?
You know who else loves to be salty?
My mom.
On her chest?
My
On
mom.
Okay. Yeah, on Mother's Day.
My mom.
Man, she's dirty today. Man, what's
Yeah,
what's
she
wrong
is.
with her?
My wife loves cats,
Who doesn't love cats?
and I love pussy, so we have that in common.
Yeah.
You know who loves it when you give them the down under, Roots?
My mom.
She loves it a lot. You know who loves to bang on for days?
My mom.
I do.
Sorry.
You know who
Yeah.
loves a good pole?
Yes, she does. Yeah.
Mom.
You know who always down for the mount?
My
Oh,
mom.
yeah. Even if there's 30. You know who loves to pay attention to the beaver?
My mom.
Yeah, she does.
You know who loves realistic ball physics, Roots?
My
She
mom.
does. She really does. You know who's not super tight?
My mom.
Oh, man. I tried to warn her, but she didn't listen, Wes.
You know who loves like the cornhole forever, Roots?
My mom.
You know who loves to grab their box, Wes?
My
I
mom.
do.
Yeah, she does. I tell her not to do it in public, though. You know who loves bangers?
My
I do.
The more the better. She loves it.
You know who loves to grab the horn thing?
Oh, yeah, she loves it. She loves it a little too much. Sometimes you have to slap her hand. Say, stop! You know who loves getting hit from behind, Wes?
My
Yeah,
mom.
she does.
You know who else has a small sweet spot?
My mom.
She does, but when you get it, it's good. You know who else loves to go a little deeper?
My mom.
Yeah, she
You know
does.
who loves
Yeah.
to beat it multiple times?
Yeah,
My mom.
Oh, man. She's busy tonight already.
she is. Two-handing it.
You know who loves to two-hand it?
My mom.
You know who else has a ton of slots?
My
My mom.
Your mother's a slot.